Veda.
Yeah. Greetings to all dignitaries, guests, and delegates with great joy and immense exultation. Life is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be experienced. I welcome all of you aboard to experience the third day of International Virtual Tech Conclave IVTeC 2020, organized by IEEE IAIE PELS Joint Chapter Kerala, with a much varied and exciting range of sessions. Our first session is on Women in Leadership. It is a personal reflection on personal development handled by Professor Suphavti Arabment, Associate Professor, Sri Lanka University, Bangkok. Following the B session, you will witness yet another exciting session on fostering creativity at workspace handled by Mr. Joseph Irfan, co-founder, Cumin Technologies Private Limited, Bangalore. Then we'll have a panel discussion on exploring IEEE Future Energy Challenge and IEEE Empower a Billion Lives would soon follow, which will have Professor Huai Wang, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Panda and Dr. Surya Narayana Dola sharing informative ideas and also their experience in the contest. The panel discussion is to be moderated by Professor Biju K, the Vice Chair of IEEE IAIE PELS Joint Chapter Kerala. And finally, the virtual conclave will mark its end with a closing ceremony for which the Chief Guest is Professor Liu Chen Chang, President-elect of IEEE Power Electronic Society. The other dignitaries of the closing ceremony are Dr. Samir SM, Immediate Past Chair of IEEE Kerala Section, and Professor Nandan S, Chair of Student Activities IEEE Kerala Section. Without further delaying, let us start our third and final day of International Tech Conclave, IVTeC 20. Have a great day. Thank you.
Heartfelt greetings to one and all. It's a time to resume the most enthralling events of the recent times. The International Virtual Tech Conclave, IVTeC 2020, organized by IEEE IAIE PELS Joint Chapter Kerala, is here before you with another exhilarating event. IEEE Women in Engineering has always been strong, pioneering, and inspiring for everyone. So, we present a prime session in the white track by the very talented Dr. Suphavti Arambit, candidate for 2021-2022 IEEE Region 10 Director-elect and Associate Professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. The key white track session will be on Women in Leadership, a personal reflection on personal development. Now, without further delay, I, on behalf of the entire team of IVTeC, invite Dr. Supavati Aramvit with due respect to share her knowledge and wisdom on the topic. Ma'am, please.
Okay, thank you very much for your kind introduction. It is my pleasure to give a talk today to Kerala section and the joint chapter of IAS, IES, and PELS as a part of this International Virtual Tech Conclave 2020. Okay, let me share my screen. Wait. So this is the topic today. I think mainly the topic on the flyer is the personal development, but mainly it is about both the personal development and professional development. Okay, so today we're gonna learn mainly it will reflect on my life experience. Okay, and then later I will link it to the leadership and how you could use a women quality. Okay, so to build the leadership so that it could guide you for a best career and also your life plan as well. Okay, and I am from Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok, Thailand. So I would like to first start about this quotation. Define success on your own terms, achieve it by your own rules, and build a life you're proud to live. So I love this quote very much, and I always, speak every time that is this always good that if we would like to learn the life example from others. So we can see some can be our role model, some we would like them to be our mentor, right? And or some we could say, okay, if they have a life like this, we would like to have a life like this as well. So we could like to set a goal like them, right? But one thing is that each individual, we born different, and then how we grow up also different. Right, the environment different countries, different challenges, right? So if we would like to define our life path, our success, right? So we have to know ourselves very well, so that we could set what we would like to do. We would like to set a goal. So actually, everything has to be based on you. Right, it's your own rule. How will you achieve that? Because you will know best of what are your ability, and then what more you would like to improve your potential, right? So that so everything. Okay, so please make it your own rules. Even for the success, we can see other success, but we don't need to compare. Right. So mainly we compare best is to ourselves. Right. So we can see success in our own terms. Right. And then for that, you will be happy to build a life that you are proud. Right. Because it's like from yourself that building up. Okay. So that very good quote from Anne Sweeney. She's former Disney Channel president. So I would like to start on my education and career path, okay, first, because it will show you of how I am or my achievement today, right? So typically, we will start about what education that we have and decision that we have to make, right? So that it would pave your career path. So I start my undergraduate study in computer science, okay, from Mahidol University. So Mahidol University is one of the top university in Thailand as well as my university, Chulalongkorn, in which I will introduce later. I started in 1989 and I obtained the bachelor degree in computer science, first class honor in 1993. Okay, so it's 4 years. And then I worked for a while, just 8 months, okay, at the top telecom company in Thailand. After that, I was awarded the Royal Thai Government Scholarship. So I will study 6 years, master and PhD in electrical engineering. And when I applied to several universities in US, University of Washington in Seattle, accept me first, so I just decided to go there. I start on 1994. I finished my master in 1996. 1997, I stayed the same university, but I changed the advisor because I tend to do the different area between master and PhD. And then I graduated PhD in 2001. And then I start working at Chulalongkorn University. And my specialization is in video signal processing. And this is my current, I have 2 postdoc, 6 PhD, 2 master, 4 bachelor, which already graduate. And I am a head of multimedia, data analytic and processing research unit. Okay. Yeah, so if you can see, this is my life. So when we see everything as a big picture, right? And then we have, okay, starting point on this and then achieve this here, achieve this here. Actually, there are many stories behind this timeline because, before we make decision on this point, maybe like during my bachelor degree, I should work or I should continue my higher study, right? That's the decision point. And when I go to study, is it that easy? It is not that easy, right? So, to go from 1994 to 96, get master degree, to go from 97 until 2001 is not the easy part, right? And I believe everyone is the same, but it's good to always have like the timeline like this. And then it would make us to realize that what happened along the way. And of course, when we reach about certain goal, it means we grow up. Right, so it's good to revisit, and then see. If like for example, sometimes you may feel that I'm not. I feel that I fail on something. That for example, maybe fail on something. Then you should look back like this, and then you see how far. Have you done it? Okay. So some point that I would like to make from the last slide. The first one is, I have an aim for first class honor since I start study bachelor degree. Why? Because I know that if I get first class honor, it would be easy for me to get the job. It would be easier for me to get the scholarship, right? So it's been like it widened my opportunity. If I want to choose any career path, it won't limit by my GPA, right? So that is what I planned at that time. So I think when we would like to achieve something, right? Even you are so talented, maybe you are very good, you are very genius, right? So it is not like if you don't plan, maybe you may not get it, right? So it should be in your goal. That's one important thing about goal setting, and then what you like to have, right? So at that point, I do the goal setting since my bachelor degree. So when I succeed, which is not easy, I cannot do any volunteer at all, right? Because I'm too focused, right? But of course, after finish, then I can choose, right? So mainly, I choose to work first, because I think like everyone, if you finish your bachelor degree, sometime you may not certain yet, and maybe if there is a job opportunity, it's better for you to go work first, right? So when I go work, I feel that it is very good workplace, good boss, and good learning. But I just feel like my nature is not suitable to work in the company. So it's been my passion is not working in the company. So it's mean if I'm not working in the company, then what could I do, right? So I decide to go higher study. To go higher study, also there are many areas you can choose, right? So of course I go through the scholarship because my GPA is qualified. So I just go to compete in the scholarship of the government. And I mean, luckily that I got the scholarship, but there is the something that I also need to consider. First, it will time me for 6 years is master and PhD. Because sometimes when you get a bachelor degree, you will not know yet that will you be able to continue 6 years straight study, right? So some just go to master degree only. Because if you go straight 6 years, it means like, of course, your career are going to be university professor or some can be work for the company. But because this is a government scholarship, so it means it would tie me with the university that is my current university. But one thing that make me make decision easier because Chulalongkorn University is the number one university in Thailand, right? So I mean, it is a very good opportunity to have the position. I mean, when you go to study. And another thing is that it has a 12-year time commitment when return. Because when you receive government scholarship, you have to return the time to work there at least 12 years. Okay, now I'm already 19 years, I'm fine. Okay, so that are two things, and I just make decision at that time. I will go with it. Okay, so that already paved my career path. Okay, the third point, if you see in my slide, my bachelor degree is computer science. And my master and PhD is electrical engineering, and it's different field. And if you just have the simple idea, it's more difficult, right? To shift from computer science to electrical engineering. One thing, because electrical engineering has a very big scope. It has a power system, it has electronics, right? It has a control system, and it has telecommunication. Only thing in the telecommunication and maybe some computer system that overlap with the computer science. Of course, those who graduate computer science will be strong in the programming and algorithm, right? But maybe less in terms of the mathematical background because because the concentration of the study is different, right? But I already make decision, and when I make decision, I do not realize that it would be that difficult, right? So I faced a tremendous challenge in the master and PhD study. Okay, not only in terms of technical background, but also in terms of the English speaking, because at that time my English is not as good as today, right? And when the speaking is not good, you are in the foreign environment, and also writing you have to practice. When everything is like that, and with that age, is completely feel that lack of confidence. And lack of confidence could bring many things. Even you know the subject very well, when you lack of confidence, you cannot say it. Okay. I mean, the one thing in the presentation, you have to feel very confident that you know the best. If you don't have that feeling, it's very hard for you to do the good presentation. And presentation is very important because when you discuss with professor, you need to be able to get the idea through, especially when you need to take the examination. You need to be able to be confident enough of the work that you do and be able to answer the question clearly. Because if you cannot understand question and then you cannot answer well, you will not pass the examination. Okay. So I mean it would bring in many things. So in addition of the technical skill that require, you still need very good communication skill on this to survive the PhD. Okay. I passed a lot of struggle. So I have to take a personal development course, public speaking, technical writing, even meditation. I also take. I take many things so that I could survive. So one course that I take is the Dale Carnegie course. Now they have it around the world, but at the time because I'm in US, so I just take it. I think it's like 3-4 months, and during the evening time, it's more on the people skill training. Okay, so and then how to break the barrier that you can become confident. Okay, so sometimes when you undergo this, just that if you can become confident, it helps a lot of things. Okay, and I'm glad that at that time I got the highest achievement award from attending this Dale Carnegie course, and the next year I graduate the PhD. Okay. So one thing that I would like to point out is that the difference between average people and achieving people is their perception and response to failure. And then if you want to be an achiever, right? So it means it's important on your perception. If you see the failure, it's not discouraging, but encourage you to improve yourself. So that is the very good response to failure. Right. The time that we face failure, it means life tells us that we need to improve. And you have to embrace the failure and improve yourself. Okay. This is very important. Okay. So it means when I go through my slide, I will point out, okay, the important thing that I would like to convey to you. So this quote is from John C. Maxwell. So you may see a lot of his personal development book. And he's an American author and also a coach. Okay, so you can see a lot of his book on the leadership and so on. So I graduated from University of Washington in 2000 in exactly, now I cannot read it's Roman. It's very difficult. Actually, it's the 8th of June. That is the same day that I start the work at Chulalongkorn University. Okay, so University of Washington, when I study, the ranking is not this high, but now it's become 14 in the world. And as you know, it's in Seattle. So Seattle is now is the Silicon Valley of the US because it's have the headquarters of Microsoft. Bill Gates lived there. And then Amazon, and then Google, and then Boeing company also in Seattle. Okay, so actually some of if you want to study in this area, University of Washington is very now is very suitable place. But because the Silicon Valley moved to over there, now everything is very expensive over there. Okay, the land come up, is crowded, people move up there a lot. So it's just very different when I study. And then I returned to Chulalongkorn University. Chulalongkorn University, Chulalongkorn is the name of the king. So it's the oldest and most prestigious university in Thailand. We ranked number 1, and I just learned. I saw many India they posting about the ranking of their university in Facebook this day because like it just announced for the QS World University ranking in 2021, and it is the first time that our university has reached the top 100 university for academic reputation. Of course, number 1 in Thailand. So it's BBI 96. Okay, so I mean it's very good that we have reached this. So the faculty staff and everyone we have to work toward to push up the university ranking. And like if you are the faculty staff, you would do that to help your university as well. It's not just you contribute to the university, but you contribute to the student that graduate from you that would later make an impact as well. So as a university professor, what could we do? right? So I just list what is possible that could we do. First, the main thing would be teaching. The second thing is the research and publication. The third thing, administration, if you choose to do. The fourth thing is academic advisor and thesis advisor. Number 5 is the academic service, whether you do the consultation of the outside project in the name of the university, or you become the technical advisor or at some advisory board or of the government entity that count as an academic service. And then professional volunteer can come at the 6th, right? But professional volunteer is not a must. Actually, what is a must for university professor? Teaching is a must. Research publication depends. Some may not like to do, but now many university is moving toward the research university, right? So to make, more impact, we need to build a good research and publication, right? So of course, this become more important, and we have to focus on this as well. Administration actually is not a must. But if you could help contribute, it also improve your management skill, something as well. Academic advisor, I believe, is very important, right? So mainly, if you don't do other things, you should do like these 3: teaching, research, and academic advisor, right? And other thing is like if you have time and you would like to contribute, because it's always to contribute to the outside entity. And professional volunteer has become very important to me as well. So what I would like to tell you from this slide is just that I'm graduate PhD on the age of 29. Okay. So it means I start my real working life at 29. So it means the 30 to 40 would be the time that I establish myself and try all the opportunity. And it is the good age to do so because you have all the energy. Even if someone just only master degree and you start working since 23, 24 of age, then you have that more time to try all the opportunity. Okay. So I suggest, for example, as the academic, the professor, if during 30, 40, just do everything. Opportunity come in, just accept it, right? Because it's a time that we can try. Even we can try and fail. And then we see that it's not suitable for us, then we don't need to do it anymore, right? So just try it, right? But then when you are 40 to 50, now it's not the age of trying everything. It's the age of identify and focus on the strength, right? And as of now, after you trying so many things, now you need to know already that what are the strengths and what are your passion. And I would like to focus about passion. To live happily, to align well with your career and what you love to do. If it go together, you will be a very happy person, right? It's good to identify the passion. Of course, maybe some people cannot align because the nature of the work, and your passion may be better for the hobby or sideline, for example, right? But you have to find time to align that. But first, can identify that. And then if you are over 50, so it means you need now the establishment. If you can focus on 40 to 50, 50 to 60 is the age that you establish, you fulfill, and you already should have success in your own term. Of course, now many, if they do startup or something, depend on the career, you may success already at this age, right? But people are different. No matter on each age, you can be successful. You don't need to force yourself. Oh, I need to be very successful by the age of 40 or something. There's no fixed rule for that. It's just your own mindset that tell you that. So my focus, as I say, I'm during 40 to 50. Okay, so I'm focused academic advising. I have many good group of the students and alumni, Okay, and then I start to I have many international students. Okay. And research publication, you can see my other talk on my research. Okay, so I have the established research, and it has been going well. We have continued as the publication in the Tier 1 or Q1 journal. So we just published in IEEE Access, for example. I got some award from the university. And professional volunteer, of course, I contribute time to it. Okay. And then I will talk later about my IEEE experience. And like I just won the MGA Leadership Award in 2019, just last December. I'm honored to be recognized. So as you can see, overall, I can know what are my strengths. My strength is something related to international is my strength. From my work from 30 to 40, I'm very good on that. Okay, so it's been with my university. Like I'm handling international affairs for a long year, and then I take time off for 4 years, and on July 1st I will go back to help them again. Okay, because now internationalization is very important. It's good that you have to connect to other country and to have friends around the world. Actually, IEEE can play a lot of role on building the network, international network. Okay, and I have an experience. I mean, helping the big network. It's called the Southeast Asia Engineering Education Network. Okay, it involves Japan as the scholarship provider, and it involves the country in the ASEAN and the university in the ASEAN, right? So that's how I have many students who receive scholarship from Japan and come to study with me, and then return back to be the academic lecturer at the country. Okay, so I'm have experience involved with this network for almost 20 years. And I also help Thailand government on the regulator body, and then the Ministry of Digital Economy and Society as the technical advisor to the commissioner. Some committee chair of the government, they set up some project, and the project leader, we still currently I also do it. Okay, so you need to expand the experience, try many things. This is what I tried during my 30 and 40. Okay, I do all this. And then another thing is also I involved with the work of United Nations. This is also in the international organization, because my university is an academia member of ITU, which is the International Telecommunication Union. So I have a chance to contribute to the very good project, okay, on the ICT for Sustainable Development Goal, in which I have a separate talk on this as well. Okay, so you can see I'm the only female co-author of this book, and I'm glad to take part with this the excellent expert in economics, in engineering, in education. Okay, so this book is very good. It shows that if we building up the ICT, we invest for the ICT, how it can result in the economic growth, in innovation, and then in the job creation. So the book is free to download at www.itu.in/ICT Impact Study. Okay, so it is the 300 to 400, I think maybe 400 pages book, but it's very useful, and you point out many things. So if you are interested in ICT for SDG, so please download this book. Now move to my IEEE experience. So as you know, I have many positions, and I'm gonna go through this very quick. Okay, so I start my membership 25 years. I started since my study in US. I volunteer. I start to become serious volunteer on 2007 from the section, and to the region in 2011. Okay, and I'm still helping region now. I'm take interval out 2 years, and then I'm also be appointed in the educational activity board, which is a global level, because my work on Region 10 on educational activities. Okay, so I'm handling pre-university education, and then also now section education outreach. And I'm also involved, like appointed as the board of governor election for Consumer Electronic Society and humanitarian activity new initiative committee, which is two of these is the funding body. So it funding several useful projects that have a good impact. Okay. So these are all mine. So this just to show you my IEEE entity that I have involved. Okay. So this just to show you all of these like a section and different board. Okay, and then I'm the member of all of these societies. Of course, I'm because of the area, I'm not the member of the IAS and PELS or something that have a joint chapter today. And I'm involved in women engineering as well, because I'm the 2015 Region 10 Women in Engineering Chair. Okay, and all of this, I also have some position in there as well, not just a member. Okay. So as you can see in IEEE, you can build, the way with good contribution and can have experience on different boards. And being on different boards, because IEEE have a different, I have a MGA, have a TAB, have the EAB, Standard Association, and then the publication board, and also it has an award board as well. It will, because IEEE is a large organization. And I would say that I learned a lot from IEEE. It made me grow along my career. Okay. And of course, I'm honored to be one of the 4 candidates for IEEE Region 10 Director-elect. And as you know, I have the experience on Region 10 for 8 years. Okay, so I know the region very well, and because I'm the part of different organizations, so it means you need the globalized vision to see how we could move forward. Okay, so please visit my website. I'm not going to talk much about this, but mainly I use the strength as my vision and the position statement, right? That we could grow together, because Region 10 we are very big. So if we could collaborate together, okay, whether a large or small section, we could grow together. So now I'm going to touch base now on the leadership. So one thing that's good about IEEE is that we have many of the mentor that we could, of course, get to know them and ask them for help. Okay, because we have all many successful, like if we just talk about women in engineering alone, we have a lot. Okay. So this is the picture of me, and if you know her, she's a Professor Janina Masiska. So she is the first and only female Region 10 director from 2007 to 2008. So she has give much inspiration to me, right? That how she can manage her life and succeed to become a director. So this is way back in 2014. At that time, and with the Region 10 Executive Committee. So we have the Executive Committee meeting in Nepal. And at that year, we just, Region 10 just formed the Nepal subsection. Okay. And Nepal, we all know about the beautiful scenery. So this is the Annapurna range. Right, I have a chance to go before the meeting and then have a hiking, and it's just a wisdom to talk to my role model and learn about her experience and success. And then I get to know Professor Lamalata. So Professor Lamalata, I think all the Indians know her. She is very inspiring and she just also my role model. I mean, how she could, I mean, convey all the message and I mean her life. Okay, so I'm very impressed with her. So she's a global WeShare in 2011 to 2012, and now she's still active. And Professor Takako Hashimoto, she's a global WeShare 2015 to 16. She also my inspiration as well. She very active women in engineering. And then at that year, I replaced her at the Region 10 Women in Engineering. Okay. So those are, I mean, my role model, my mentor, and we could see that with the Women in Engineering connection around the world, I believe in India alone, you have a lot. You have both the Women in Engineering affinity group itself and those attached to the society chapter and those attached to the student chapter, right? So I got the chance through many events to reconnect with the like Ramalatha. We organized the YESIS 12 in Thailand last year, right? And these are all the Region 10. Okay, and I was invited to give a talk at the International Leadership Summit in Bangalore last year. Okay, and Kathy Lance also good inspiration. She is the president-elect. Okay, and this we committee meeting in 2015. So we have a group of I mean this inspiring and they are all successful in their work, right? So like in Region 10V, right now Emiliano is the Region 10V coordinator. So on I think 2 weeks ago we have this talk organized by Turkey V section. Right, so me, Jing Dong, and Amy, we joined the panel, right? And also talk about also upskill and reskill, digital eruption survival, which is very important. And there is a statistic that show that, like in terms of women, there is still the gender gap in terms of the reskill and upskill in the digital disruptive cluster, right? So we have to work on this. How can we upskill women, right? So that it would be the reliable workforce and be the required workforce in the new automation period as well. And I also I was invited to give a talk for the EMBS Engineering Medicine Biology Society. It is their first webinar, and that is about make an impact volunteer engagement through IEEE. And this talk already happened, but I think the content would be useful for you because I comply all of the platform in IEEE. If you are chapter, you are women in engineering, I mean, you are the volunteer, you need on the platform to connect with each other and platform for IEEE to help you make activity. So it is all in my talk. Okay. And then also, what are the funding opportunity on IEEE? It's all in my talk. So if you're interested, just go to this YouTube and take a look at the recorded video. It would be useful, right? And then we have the humanitarian activity as well. I mean, women in humanitarian activity. Okay, also, we have many, I mean, successful. And these are the current committee in humanitarian activity committee and then side special interest group in humanitarian technology. So we just also have a talk talking about the vision, how we could encourage women. Okay, so to have more activity. Okay, we talking about as well, like to form the mentor network. Okay, in humanitarian area. I know many of we have a active female volunteer who would like to contribute because humanitarian is something that you do something to have an impact, right? And impact can be ripple. It will affect to many others. So I believe if we are able to form this, let you know, I would like to have all of you in this mentor network. And Women in Engineering Region 10 meeting, we have several sections now joining. Since COVID-19, we are not able to have a physical event. So what we do is that we join together several sections and take turn to host. It starts from Indonesia section, and 2 weeks later, Japan they host. And yesterday, Turkey section and Thailand section we host. And next time on July 4th, gonna be, I think, India, and then Malaysia, and then Singapore. Okay. So if you have opportunities, come by some of these. So we mainly share experience about COVID, and then we support each other. Okay. This is a good platform that, we meet every 2-3 weeks now. So I would like to tell you one fact, right? Maybe you think you are not good enough. Maybe you think, because of female, I cannot do many things as men do. But I just would like to tell you about this fact from the study. It may enlighten you. Okay. So there have been the study of the power of the female brain. So as we know, brain is the important, in our body is the most important. It allows us to think. We can study very well brain. We make decisions, right? We can use cognitive experience. Everything is from our brain. And there is a study in gender neuroscience that found the capability of the female brain. Okay. And it would shift your thinking a bit, right? Because we are born with this, superior capability. Okay, let's just go one by one. Okay, and then later you can go to search more information if you're interested. Those of you, who study biology may know very well what are these separate components of the brain. What is the corpus callosum? Okay, this is the information processing. Okay, so it's divided into like left and right part. So many times that there is the psychological exercise, and then you have to do like you use more left or right brain, right? And it will tell you. So mainly left brain would be related to linear and logical thinking, right? And also decision process as well. And right brain would be intuitive and creative. So mainly they would say if you are like, we are from engineering, mainly we gonna be use more of the right, left part of brain. We tend to be more logical because the science engineering tend to be like that, right? But actually, okay, it is not like that. Mainly how left and right part of the brain connect is to the thick nerve, right? And they have found that women, sociology, how in the body, the thick nerve between left and right brain, women they can do better than men. How they send the information between both brain is better. Okay, so it means women would utilize both sides of brain better than men. Okay, this is from the study fact. Okay, so it means we have capability both to be linear and logical, and as well we can be intuitive and creative. In which, as of now, intuitive and creative is very important. Okay, the second is the anterior cortex. Women is on average, women is larger, okay, than men. What is anterior cortex do? It supports women's intuition ability to integrate memory and emotion into more complex pattern of thought. And that would explain how we can think more detail than men, right? And how we think more detail, like we have more analytical, deep thinking, it's very good for work. Okay, so it means if we learn this fact, we could embrace, that. Next is the insular cortex. In women, the average size is twice the size than men. So insular cortex are responsible for influence the emotional response, control physical reaction, and regulate experience of physical response. Right. So it means if we feel anger or something, we can control better because the insular cortex, okay, in the size is twice. Hippocampus. They say that it is larger and more active in women. Okay, so it means it allows women to excel at articulating emotion, recall memory, and deal with emotional processing. And that that send a message of the empathy feeling, how women, feel about other. Okay, it's better because the hippocampus. Okay, and we see the right side in amygdala. Amygdala in men is larger, but mainly amygdala is about the reaction quickly to stressful stimuli. Okay, so maybe in this case, if it may be okay, we are slower. Okay, to respond quickly to the stressful stimuli, and prefrontal cortex larger in women than men. This one is more of the control, judgment, decision making, and consequence thinking. And last is the cerebellum. Cerebellum is motor control and combined with amygdala in men. So it means men would respond rapidly to sensory input, focus on external factor, and take immediate action with greater physical coordination and confidence. Okay. So now we can see the strong point with the neuroscience aspect. Okay. So what would I say is that if we know this now, we could embrace our capability, right? And women perspective and thought process should be embraced, honored, and amplified in the workplace. So what feature to determine the female leaders? First is the people-oriented. Okay, so I think we are more like we can be friendly. Okay, we can make friends and connect many people. Okay, that is the good skill, and I think female leadership would do well. And tendency to cooperate. Okay, so mainly if there are the people that coming in, okay, is maybe we are easier to ask them to join together. Okay, and then the capacity to operate in different direction, because many times there are many options, and because if we utilizing both left and right brain, then we could consider many different direction that we could like solve the problem or a process to accomplish something. And the fourth one, I love this one because it's said about horizontal leadership. So horizontal leadership is that how we lead. It's mean like we are not separate ourselves as a leader. So it's not like the vertical. Before it would be vertical leadership. Vertical leadership is a hierarchical. So we have the CEO at the top, and it has to go through a senior vice president, manager, and then to you. Maybe it's for hierarchy, right? So mainly if it is the vertical leadership style, you may not be able to talk to CEO because mainly you're gonna see only your manager, right? But this day it's become horizontal leadership, and many big company now that take the new style of management, they become flat organization. So we call flat or a horizontal organization. So it's mean like now there are not many hierarchy. So you can see CEO easily, and either like CEO desk may be next the same floor as you. Okay, so that like some kind of the open workspace that the Google did is also some kind of this. And I would say that female tend to exercise horizontal leadership better. Okay, so it's not leadership is not about ordering someone to do something, but get the trust like for your fellow colleague to go with you. Okay. And next is the emotional prevalence. So like I said before, we tend to be more empathy, okay, feel more human emotion and thing, okay. And that is more prone to change. Okay, so we should be adapt very well. Okay, so that are the 6 features of the desirable female leadership. So if you ask the question like, if you would like to know how is your leadership style, right? So the best way is to find your strength. For the strength, if you work for some time, you should be able to identify Of course, you can identify from you just go to do there are many psychological testing that allow you to see what is your personality trait and so on. That could tell. And then you could also, if you do that, you could also, work with yourself as well. Is that true? And then what are the previous experience that support that? And is it good or not good? Because all of the personality trait, we should use it as to our advantage. And some is it considered as a weakness. How can we improve that? Right? How can we embrace the weakness as well to work to our advantage? Okay. So I would suggest you to go to do the strength finding. Like that is the clip for strength, which is they have the book called Strength Finder. But for this you have to pay. If you got the top 5, I don't think it's not much, but to get there is a 34. Okay, 34 strength. Okay, this is my top 5. I'm gonna let you see it quickly. Okay, but I just posted on my Facebook yesterday. I'm an achiever. Achiever is mean I have high stamina and I work hard, and I usually set goal. I achieve things. This is me. Okay, so something like if we see, then we know this is us or not, and I can say this is all me. Okay, so you should do like that as well. I think now. Okay, so how to make yourself excel and succeed? Of course, education is the most important. Human capital. The human capital is like yourself as what are the assets to yourself. First is a knowledge. Second is skill. Third is health. Okay. So make sure you take care of 3 things to be a valuable human capital. So education, I already said, and get more experience. You need to expand your skill. You need to learn now during this digital disruptive period. Like automation, digitization will come in. It is mandatory. You need to have all those digital disruptive, digital tech skill. Okay. Data science, AI, ability to use all the computer thing very well. You all need to know. Okay. And one thing that's good about the skill, it will make you adaptable for the changes. Okay. Because the changes would always be coming. And then actually finance skill is important because we need to have salary because we still have to live our life and then we need to have money. Okay. So it's important as well and to learn about how to manage the saving and everything since you were young is better. Okay. Get involved volunteering for non-profit organizations. So it does not need to be IEEE, but IEEE mainly is already your technical field, right? There are many other non-profit organizations, and that could, span. When we do volunteering, it means we sacrifice our time, but we do things for a good impact. And when we become a giver, so it will reflect a lot to ourselves, ability as a giver. Okay, has an impact, and it will improve your mindset, your thinking in everything. Okay, and the interpersonal skill is very important. You need to improve the public speaking and presentation skill, cultivating your human network. Okay, very important. Network is extremely important. Okay, seek support, get mentorship. If you meet any the IEEE senior people, something, don't be afraid to go and introduce yourself, okay, and seek their wisdom. Okay, so it's important. Okay, publish your thought. We have actually our brain. We have amazing capability, but we have limited, storage. If you think you have a good idea in one day, and after you do 10,000 things, and then 1 week back, you want to remember that it's not possible. Okay. So you need to write things down, write a journal, or like for me, I just post on my Facebook. My Facebook is my diary, my reflection. Okay, so it's something I think of today. It's good thing I want to share. I share. What I do today, I share. I think it's important enough. I put on Facebook. Okay, and then when it has the memory that come back to remind me, and it's a good reflection. Okay, it's work well also on your research. If you are, to get a PhD, I write on the book, like I write in the note, my experiment, everything. It's like a several big notebook. Okay, so you have to do that. Okay, writing out my map. My map is also important. My map will tell you the relation among things, and in your study, if you can mind map the keyword of your study and then you understand, it is better that you memory it. Once our brain, right, neuron will connect the thought one to another. The same thing, if you can connect the keyword, you don't need to remember things. You can remember it. It will wide in your brain for a long time. Okay, stay healthy, important. Okay, exercise, have a good diet, and start early. Start early can mean wake up early. Everyone tell please wake up early, right? Because you have more time. But I think wake up early or wake up later is depend on the people's style. As long as you can manage to work. I'm not that early morning person. Okay, but start early also mean if you want to do something, don't hesitate. Just start doing. Even if you are young, you want to start to do something, just do. You don't need to wait time, okay? Because time fly very fast. If you want to try something like volunteering, you want to start position in this one or something, apply. Just try it, okay? If you're given opportunity, just do your best. It's the process of learning. Okay, and overall, I have this thing here, goal setting. When you plan to do all these, it's important you need to have a goal, okay? Yeah. So lastly, healthy diet, good exercise, and take a break. Okay, so it is very important for us. Okay, I always practice yoga. It is very important. If we have a good health, we can do many things. Okay. So I would like to thank you for your kind attention, for listen to me. I hope today I have shared about my experience, and then hope that you could find it useful, okay, for your life, and then on your decision making, everything. And remember that as I tell you, that we can learn from other example, but you need to make your own path for success that's suitable for yourself. Okay, thank you very much for your kind attention. If you want to contact me, it's on LinkedIn and Facebook. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Slide. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a few questions from our participants. May I read it out to you?
Sure.
Yes, ma'am. The first question is from Ghanita Dwang Chemkarn. What is the best thing you have in return for being involved in a volunteer position in IEEE?
I think the ability to make an impact, and I learned many skills that I cannot learn from my workplace. Yeah, and remember that IEEE is an international organization, right? You meet like several countries. Both Western and Eastern, right? So mainly is make your skill to work on the seamless cultural environment. It make my leadership skill, my management skill, time, and of course the opportunity to connect with great mentor, and ability to help IEEE to make good decision and then expand the impact that IEEE already made. Yeah, so I'm glad to be part of that, and so I grow with IEEE. Yeah, that would be my answer. Yeah.
you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. The session was truly inspiring.
The voice is
Ma'am, the
missing.
session was truly inspiring. Listening to you was a great experience. As a token of gratitude, we, the IVTeC team, would like to present you a virtual memento for accepting our invitation and glorifying the event. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. It's really nice. I will capture the screen. It looks nice. Oh, no.
Please hold on.
Please
Please
share
hold
again.
on. Hello? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Now I have to share again.
Vijay, please hold on the virtual memento.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Please
think
hold
I
on.
capture. You can also send to me as well. Yes.
Hello, Subhavati. Can you
Yes.
hear me?
Madam, we will
Smita.
email you the virtual memento also. We will email you.
Hello.
Yeah. Yes.
Hello, Subhavati. I am Sunita.
Oh, hi, Sunita.
Yeah. How are you?
You're very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great to
It's
meet you
very
here
nice
again.
to have you here. Yeah. It's a long time. Speak to you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you?
Glad to connect to you again. Yeah. So I hope
glad.
to talk to you further. Yeah.
Yeah. How are you?
Very good. Very busy.
It was a nice. Yeah. It was a nice session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for attending. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So I hope the participants have gained from your session and inspired from your session.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think I said I have exceeded the time, so maybe should move to your next session, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Swati.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. And wish you a great time ahead. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. See you again. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Hello, Joseph sir.
Team.
Sir, Joseph sir is here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You're audible.
Okay.
So, Niveda Shivali, guest take on.
Welcome back, everyone. IVTeC presents you this wonderful opportunity to understand how important creativity is at a workplace and how to foster it. This session, co-founder of Human Technologies, which deals with providing artificial intelligence and machine learning solutions to businesses. Mr. Epan has a rich experience working with software development, big data, to name a few. Without further delay, I request Sir to inspire all the young students and aspiring entrepreneurs out there. Sir, please.
Thank you. I'll share my content. Please let me know once you can see. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
Screen is visible. So, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so first of all, anyway, good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining the session. First of all, thank you for giving me such a opportunity to talk to you all today. Okay. So today's the topic is fostering creativity in the workplace. Okay, so if you look at the key points here is creativity and the workplace, right? So workplace means the workplace can be a organization which we are working on, or it can be a new startup or a entrepreneurship journey. So let's start where we are today, from a business point of view, because workplace relates to a business, right? So where are we today in terms of business? See, we are in the midst of a COVID crisis, right? We all know. If you look around, these are all newspaper, cutouts, where we read a lot of negative news day in and out, right? We see global economy being going down, in Islam 6%, or some of the countries are saying they are seeing, shrinking in the fastest pace in 50 years, or some companies are going out of business. They are filing for bankruptcy. Companies who are there for decades together, they are filing for bankruptcy. So we are seeing lot of issues, or many companies are saying to survive, they need to do layoffs. So it's a difficult time. There's no doubt about it, right? So the question is it all gloom and doom for all business, right? That's the question. When we talk about these kind of difficult time, right? So not really. Strictly speaking, not all businesses, even in this tough time, is doing so bad. We can still find there are companies who are doing good, right? So let's take a look. See, if you look at the news again, you can see that Tesla is doing extremely well, right? They are being valued at the most valuable car company in the world, right? Or if you look at the Zoom is actually zooming from $66. I mean, if you look at the stock price in February to now, it is, I think today it is $218, right? Or if you look at Amazon, or for that matter, any of the e-commerce companies, they are all doing extremely well, and especially Amazon, and their sales are booming, and things look so great for them. Sorry, okay. And more closer to home, we all know about Byju's, who is in TechEd area, and in the midst of COVID-19, they are telling their sales were 350 crores in a month. So they are doing well. So some of these companies, irrespective of, they are from different areas, right? Irrespective of this kind of crisis, they are able to do well. So what is the key? How are they able to tide across these difficult times? I would say it is mainly because of creativity, innovation. That is what creates resilient businesses, right? So today we can focus on entrepreneurial culture. But then, if I understand correctly, most of the people who are attending today's session are either students or young professionals. So what is the point? I'm not talking to the business. So I will talk about entrepreneurial mindset, because that is what is more important from this perspective, right? So what we can control is what we can change. What we cannot control, we cannot change. So let us look at what are the key elements when it comes to entrepreneurial mindset. What is entrepreneurial mindset? There are many factors which affects entrepreneurial mindset. However, let's focus on 3 key factors which drives entrepreneurial mindset within an organization. I'm talking about, if we are, your students, I know that most of them, and maybe there are some professionals. However, one point in time you will work for organization. So even if you are working for an organization, how can we have this, key elements such a way that, the creativity or innovation happens there? That's the question, right? So let's look at the innovation. So innovation, there are many definitions, many things around that. However, let's look at one viewpoint where innovation is more about associating, questioning, observing, and experimenting and networking. So I am, focusing on these, these aspects. I will explain what does it mean. So when you say associating, I can give an example. It's about associating is about we find certain success or certain pattern in one industry or one area of our life. Can we use it elsewhere, right? That is about associating. One example is about a bank or whose credit card business. What they did is they took a lesson from the hotel industry, because in the hotel industry the reward point is for people who are paying and things like that, right? So here what they did is instead of they started rewarding for good behavior, that is paying the credit card. If your credit card outstanding money, if it is paid on time, they will get a bonus point rather than spending more. So that is it, and they found that that is very, very effective because the default rates are reducing, etc. Right? So that is a example of how the industry has used associating, or how we can use in business or in our stream of life. Take one pattern and use it in elsewhere, right? About questioning, a classic example I can tell you. Are we asking? People say, right? Kids always ask why. Otherwise, once we grow up, we start accepting things. So if you start questioning things, it can lead to creativity. So that's the point, right? So what do you mean? One great example I can say is about the innovation leader or the innovation guru or whatever we say, Steve Jobs himself. So he asked this question. He asked the question, why do a computer need to have a fan? Right? That was a time when fan was it's required because otherwise CPU will heat up and you can't use a computer. So he said no, because that is disturbing. So that led to the early Macs, the Mac machines were created with aluminum body so that the heat will be dissipated, and that's the solution they found, and no fans were used. Okay, the newer ones, newer Mac books, etc., uses fan, but still it is designed to be silent. The reason is they don't want any people to lose concentration when using a machine. So this questioning attitude can lead to innovation. So that is a culture which we can develop so that we end up in innovating things. So are we doing things routinely? Can we do it in a better way, in an optimal way? Right? These questions can be asked anywhere. It need not be just in industry. During our studies, during a project, can we do things differently? When we mark things, when we look at things which we do on a day-to-day basis, or when we see some industries doing certain things, can we do it differently? So that can lead to innovation or creative behavior. Or observing. Observing is another mindset which we need to cultivate for innovation. Again, there are great examples, right? This I heard in one of the conference. I heard one person from GE. He spoke about this. Actually, what happens is in the GE CT scanner. They are from the CT scanner group. His name was Doug Diaz, and he was a lead designer for the diagnostic imaging group in GE, and they were addressing a problem. The problem was for kids. How can we improve the scanning result? Because they were getting a report or issue from doctors saying that they're not accurate for kids. And kids has other issues that you can't increase the level of exposure to the radiation or the laser Hence, they cannot, so they were looking for technical solutions. How can we improve it in a better way? And what he did is he went to a hospital, and then when he was sitting there in the hospital, he saw a kid coming in and then, going for a scanning. And he found that that kid is actually crying because she doesn't like it. She's a leukemia patient and going for this scanning, and she doesn't like it. But every month she has to do it, and she cries, and then she goes there, and then she, doesn't lay still, and a lot of disturbance. Finally, they scan and go. That made him think, and he and his team started observing. They started observing the hospital from a kid's point of view. They started walking with their hands and legs, and then seeing why they are so much afraid. And that led to a different solution. What they did is they came up with a solution where they, before the scanning, the children, our patients, they will be given some sort of, books or comics to read, and at that time they designed something around, Pirates of the Caribbean, and then they were actually designed in such a way that all the CT scanning room was, painted with that kind of theme. And then they said, okay, all the sound which they hear, the kid here is about, shooting, and all that entire experience is changed for the kid. And then they observe this particular kid itself. Next time when the kid comes, actually she enjoys and she stands still and she lays there still, and the scanning is more effective and the results are better. So this is observing. I mean, this is a very, very, out of the world kind of some example, but it can be, every case, observing the problem from a customer point of view is very, very important for us to find out innovative ideas. It need not be in the same way we think as a solution should be done. We may get better way of solving it. And experimenting is obviously is very, very important thing. That is about, any innovation. Can we try it out? And in fact, Amazon itself, they say bias for action. Can we try? Quickly, can we try something? And then see whether that is, a prototype level, and see whether it is working, and then decide and go on. And networking is all about, getting to know from different people and finding a solution. So these are some of the drivers from an innovation perspective. Let's look at another angle, like types of innovation, right? What are the different types? I mean, there are a lot of definitions around types of innovation, but what I want to focus is one definition around it. It's about, what type of, it's a product-centric innovation, or it can be a leveraging technology or identifying a gap. For example, product-centric is, like a new product being launched for solving certain, problem. It's quite obvious. It can be a technical kind of solution. For example, we were working on some solution with a European company in doing a remote diagnostics of, using machine learning. How can we do a remote diagnosis of a disease? And the doctors and nurses can see whether the patient has to be brought into the hospital to change the, medication, etc. And that is undergoing a clinical trial today. So there are, that is a typical innovation we are talking about. Whenever we mention, we think about that. Or it can be a process level innovation also. It need not always be a technical solution. It can be a process, a different process, right? A different process in the sense. A classical example always when we talk about processes, about, how the Henry Ford came up with the entire, mass production concept, right? On the assembly line, etc., which made everything cheaper, etc. Or it can be a business model. Business model, real good, great example is about Amazon. Amazon, we'll say, okay, it's a technical plus business model, but however, that business model, that is what is drawn here. This is an Amazon warehouse, which is in the background. And, what they say is how can we drive? I mean, you take a customer experience being good, they come and buy things, so customer traffic increases. Then the more sellers come since they are seeing a lot of demand here. And when more sellers come, when the volume increases, when they compete each other, they offer lower prices. And these lower prices again lead to, better customer experience. So this is what they call as virtuous cycle. So it's each of the, element is driving the other. So it's a positive direction. It keep driving, right? So that is about business model innovation. So it can be any of this. So we spoke about various aspects of the innovation by which we can make a lot of difference for the business and bring more value, right? So the second thing which we were talking from entrepreneurial mindset was about breaking silos, right? So the breaking silos means, since mostly students are there, the main point you may be able to relate is engaging with business and industry. When you're doing, your studies, at that time itself, you relating with or you are getting involved with, forums like this, IEEE, right? That's a great thing because you get into, the other angle and see how businesses or industries are using what we learn and things like that, right? So a real great experience you get. So that is one way. But if you look within an organization, after you join an organization, within the organization, if you see there are different kind of departments will be there. There are sales departments, product development departments, etc. So typically what happens is when we work within the MNC, I worked in MNCs also. So within the MNC, right, we will be more focused. If we are on product development, I used to be in product development, so we will be more focused on the product development. And, sales does the sales thing. And so there are contracts in between by which we work. But then when we get into the entrepreneurial mindset, because in a smaller startup, you don't have so many departments. The same team has to do most of these activities. So if you bring that back to the organization or enterprise, we can have more collaboration. Actually, the product development team, can they think about how the sales is happening? And can they get into a pre-sales activity? Can they get into the calls? During demo, they can get into the call, listen to the customer. Because many times what we think is important may not be important for the end customer. What we think as insignificant, because from a technical point of view, it may look very insignificant. But from the customer point of view, it may be very significant. That's why, break the silos. And, can we collaborate? Can we interact with them? And get those input. If you are a product development person, get the input from the sales, from consulting, support, etc. to improve. So get into that kind of collaborative environment, which brings, things like, innovation, right? It improves to create value and create internal and external, right? So, we were talking about internal and external network as in forums like IEEE, right? Where we can get engaged with external parties and then find out. And even other forums are there where, a group of companies may come. So it is earlier, it used to be thought that everybody is a competitor, so keep everything secret, don't interact. No. Now, more and more companies try to get involved with, common forums, etc., where some of the things collectively they do. And, each of their finding will feed each other. So that systems are coming. So that is again, fueling the, innovation. So the third point was about agility. So if you look at the agility, I have taken the example from our model itself. Nowadays, everything is done in an agile way, right? If you take any product development companies or any of the industries, we try to do in a incremental way. That is actually we create first we may create a prototype, right? The prototype and then make it available to the stakeholders to get an early feedback. And then again, we go back to the drawing board and keep doing this. So the main thing is you don't do, first you design everything, you create the entire, car or whatever we are making, and then finally reveal it. No, you go into a feedback loop. That is about the, agility, and it will make things faster as well. Because it is, when we are doing in an agile way, you get feedback much faster way and you can react faster. Because even today, during this COVID situation, many companies are finding newer ways and means to reach out to the customer, right? Digital channel they are finding to reach out to the customer, but then it has to be done in a faster way. You can't take months together or years together to come up with a newer product and reach out. Instead, can we make these changes much faster cycle? Maybe we can't do everything in one shot, but make end to end and make it useful for the customer so that they can start using and then get more features in the later releases, and then get experience with that. That is about the agility. So that also drive the the innovation or the creativity within the organization. And then let's look at how to. So the first part we were looking at how can we have a entrepreneurial mindset even within a larger organization is what we were looking at, right? How can we become? And we looked at three aspects of innovation and breaking the silos and agility. And now let's look at being an entrepreneur itself, right? How can, the journey of entrepreneurship, because that again, it's all about creativity, right? So, okay, so there are the slides. So agility. So all these aspects we touched upon, change in the changing environment. How can we work faster? And okay, the another aspect is democratization of information, because another aspect which businesses face is earlier everything was kept secretive, right? IP, everything is under IP protected, patent protected. But there was a news when Tesla made most of their software patented things available as open source. Most of the machine learning areas, things are made open source, right? IBM is supporting a huge open source community. So every company is getting into a democratization of information, or even their IPs, so that why it is being done. It is being done so that we can react faster. Because unless we react faster, your solution, yourself creating and finally making it available, it becomes too late. So that is why organizations also are getting into, making things available so that collectively people will create the platform. And then on top of that, you give specific solution which is charged. So, right, that's the model most of them. And part of the agility and part of the entrepreneurship is about failing fast and failing cheap. Okay, now let's get into the entrepreneurial, how to become an entrepreneur, right? So let's take, two persona. One is about rock star style and, high risk taker and a charismatic person, right? Okay, so, and individualistic. And another person B is about, being disciplined, and it takes only calculated risk, focus on relationship and team play. Who is likely to be a successful entrepreneur? Okay, since the audience is virtual, maybe we can't get an answer. However, typically we think that, the first one may be more likely, right? That's in our mind. But then reality, if you look at it, most of the time it is about, these are myths. Why these are myths? Because if you say individualistic, the team is more important actually. In a startup, more important is building a team. The team can do much better than an individual. Or it's about born, not made. But in reality, hard work and passion makes a huge difference. And are high risk takers. Yes, risk is there, but not blind risk takers. Whom we need is calculated risk takers. We have to weigh, what is the benefit versus the risk which we are taking. So that will lead us to taking the right, the risk. Or charismatic, we are talking about, right? Charismatic, yes, being charismatic is important, but more important is being a visionary, right? And, making sense out of the situation, right? If it is a COVID situation, can we make something out of it? How can we react to that, right? That is more important. And building relationship, able to build relationship, network, all those are more important. So charismatic is there, but more important is being a visionary or undisciplined. That again, the issue is, typically the startups or small entrepreneurs or small enterprises, the startups was with very limited resources. So you cannot be undisciplined and then lose on these resources, because anything you take, it's a very limited. It's not like a large organization. So you have to very judiciously use it. Hence, being disciplined is very, very important, right? So, okay, so we'll just take a glance at some of the terms in startups, because it may be interesting for you is what I thought. If you look at some of the terms, I'm not going to talk everything. If you talk about burn rate, what is burn rate? Burn rate is amount of cash you spend each month. So that shows that how much you can last. Or exit strategy, there can be different types of exit strategies for a startup. Are you going to make it big, or you want to get acquired, or you want to go public, and go public and go IPO, right? Or TAM. TAM is a terminology which talks about total addressable market for your solution. How much is the total addressable market is what TAM. Or these are some of the terms. I'll just throw it. We need not go to each and every one. Okay. And going forward, so how do you start? So we are talking about if you want to become an entrepreneur, how do you start? So obviously we need to have an idea, and maybe we'll have a technology for that. But more importantly, having the passion is very, very important. Why? Because that is what is going to drive and make this successful. So because, what is a business startup wants to focus on? That is the decision we want to make. So we have to look at it from various angles. What is our knowledge in this area? If you are a student in, mechanical field or electronics field. So what's our knowledge about that? And what is our capability? What can we do? It's not just about there is an opportunity, hence we want to do it. No. What can we do? And what we are capable of? And what is the connection? What is the network available? How can we, leverage that network? And what financial assets we have? And then, if we say, what is the credibility? Because again, credibility, it's not just about, okay, this is what I studied, hence I can do. No, it need not be just that. For example, if you are a student itself, but then you are doing a lot of experimentation, you have a passion for, say, AR, augmented reality, and then you start trying it out, and then you get into, kind of conferences, you start showing, and you get into competitions, etc. You build a credibility on that, right? So the team, it need not be a single person who's doing a startup, it can be a team. So does the team has a credibility? So if you have experimented already, then you build a credibility, right? You need not be just having a PhD on that area. It is also about, you already shown you can experiment and you have tried it out. And, what about and lastly, commitment is very much important. Why commitment is so much important is, it is not a smooth journey. When we talk about any of the startup, nobody will be able to say that we had an idea, we implemented the idea, and then it became very successful. No, because typically it will be out of iterations, lot of pivoting. I mean, you may start with some idea and then you may move into some other related idea. It's like a roller coaster ride. I mean, you have to try, fail. Then we saw that fail fast, fail cheap. You have to try. A bias for action. That's what the most important is. It's not about analysis paralysis. It's more about, bias for action. So, okay. So you freeze on this idea after going through that. Then next step, what is that? The next step is you have to identify a beachhead market. See, the term comes from a military strategy. You would have heard it. I don't know. When you invade an enemy territory, focus on your strength and concentrate on winning a small area, which we say beachhead, right? Beachhead, that becomes the stronghold. So can we identify, if you have an idea, and before we go into the market, can we identify a specific market segment which may accept it in a better way? That's the question. So, for example, if you take a customer experience related solution or related idea which you created, the market is wide because any industry, customer experience is very much important. But then which industry you would like to, maybe you narrow down, you say hospitality industry. In hospitality industry again, which particular, because there are mid, small and large. So which players you want to address. So you look at these criteria, like to see who should be your specific market segment. That is well funded. Is it ready accessible? Because if it is not readily accessible, you have an idea, but then you see that the customer segment identified is in North America. It's okay. I mean, it's being North America, it is okay. However, the first customer being there is not going to help you. So can we take something local and then think about going global, right? So that's the idea. Or the whole product, is it addressing end to end, or it's a very specific? Because if it is very specific, your pricing cannot be, if it's a whole product, there is a lot of area where you can price it well. What should be, can leverage? That's the most important, because if you take this specific segment, customer segment, can we from there use it as a vantage point and look at the rest of the market? I mean, do we get that kind of leverage? And personal alignment, again, unless we are related, we will be able to relate to that particular market segment, we will not be able to execute. So that's the idea about, identifying the beachhead market. I'm talking about being an entrepreneur, becoming an entrepreneur. We started with idea, how to identify the idea. Then we started with, if you have an idea, how do we, identify the beachhead market and then go for it, right? So, and once you identify the beachhead market, then the next thing is about, detailing the use case. And, can we create even a brochure around that? So see, the concept of design thinking comes into place there, right? I mean, if you take, can we test this market with our idea before even we do a lot of things, right? Can we just say that, create a brochure, and we think that this could be a customer. You are students, but still you have an idea. You want to solve some problem, right? So you think this will be the solution. And then you create a brochure around that, a PPT around that. You go and talk to a potential customer, the beachhead customer, remember, the ones which we identified, and then see whether it really is making sense to them. Are they really liking that? I think because it's very important. We create something which is useful for them so that they will take it. And then, we need to have a list of customers identified so that, it will not just end with one customer. Otherwise, it will not going to make it big. Identifying the window. See, some of the interesting areas, identifying window of opportunities. See, for example, today, after the COVID time, now you can see that there is a lot of demand for e-commerce, right? And hence we want to, make something which which will make it easier for specific segment customers because they don't have a way of doing it. It has been done in that window. Then only it will help, because if you create something and post-COVID, after 2 years, you come up with it, nobody will be waiting for it. So see the window of opportunity and then catch hold of that, right? So again, defining MVP, I use the term MVP, I think, minimum viable product, because it's all about agility and bringing things very fast, right? I mean, it's not about, making it the end with all bells and whistles and then going into the market. It's about, how can we make it faster and then get the feedback and then improve from there, right? That's the question. So, okay. So anyway, this I'll just glance through because it's not that significant for you. Guys, it's about, just for your information, there are different ways of funding options are there. Bootstrapping is nothing but, you yourself putting the money. Crowdfunding, you would have seen there are forums. Angel investment is before, individuals who are just looking for investment. It is individuals. And VCs are typically, professionally managed funds, and then they will come and do this. Business incubation accelerators there are agencies which runs incubation and then provide. I mean, there are existing companies, large companies. They will have incubation center where they will help you to, grow or directly take magnets. Okay, there it brings you to, what the startup ecosystem. So if you are interested, first thing which you have to do is, go and explore. I think most of you are from Kerala. So there is a Kerala startup mission. So you can reach out to them and Atal Innovation Mission is available throughout India, or Startup India also is available. So these are all forums where you can go to their site first of all and then see what they offer. If you are interested about, entrepreneurship, which can be always done in parallel. You can explore, you may not be even doing it. You can explore, see what are the things, right? If you are interested. So just wanted to throw that. And one more thing I wanted to touch upon is about the new normal, right? This new normal, we may hear this terminology, many times in this present condition, right? In the COVID days, what is it about? So what they're talking about in the new normal. I mean, there are things which went down, like we saw other, paper clipping and all I've shown in the first. So there are a lot of upsetting things which is happening. And now things are coming back. But then what they're saying is when it comes back fully after COVID also, there'll be a shift. That is what the new normal is. There'll be slight shift in things the way it are done. So because it's a very disruptive, time. So first and foremost is about fast digital adoption, because as per a McKinsey report, they say 5 years of digital adoption is done in 8 weeks. This is based on the data from China and US, who are already coming back into this thing. And 75% of more importantly, 75% of the first-time digital channel users says that they will continue to use. So that means, it is going to stay post-COVID also, or, even after 1 year, 2 years, it's going to stay. So that's a major shift, because again, you would have heard the terminology called digital transformation, etc. See, that's happening even before COVID, that was happening, right? I mean, it's about everywhere the digital presence is there, right? Because if you look at everything, I mean, Tesla, it's a car company, right? But I was talking to a friend who is in US, 2 years back, I think. So who had this car? I mean, the Tesla he bought. And what he was saying is that time he didn't have this autonomous driving capability. I mean, they offer autonomous driving beyond a specific speed in a highway, right? So that capability was not there in the car. But then he was saying that Christmas time, there is an upgrade coming. Upgrade. Okay, he need not take the car to any service center, nowhere. And that upgrade is going to make it autonomous. Okay, so enable the autonomous. So, which means in the car industry also, things have changed. It's digital, right? I mean, a lot of things there are digital. Or if you remember, the Boeing 737 Max incident, right? Because those aircrafts became problematic and it is still grounded. I mean, before COVID, it is grounded. Right? They didn't give the license, certification to go back. However, there again, if you go back and look at what is the root cause of the problem, that is because of a new way of placing the engine in the aircraft to make it more fuel efficient, and which in turns debalance that it is no more balanced in terms of the ergonomics. So, however, in the aerodynamics perspective, and that is corrected using a software. That's the way it goes. Always it is to keep the aircraft aerodynamically balanced. And there is a bug which caused the problem. But that doesn't mean that they're going to roll back. They are still fixing it. So the key takeaway is, irrespective of whichever branch we are working in, there is a digital element there, because there are predictive maintenance, which is coming from proactive maintenance, right? Proactive maintenance used to be like, again, in aircraft, if you take aircraft engines, used to be, at specific time taken out and then, done service, etc. So no more. What they do is they create a digital twin and then keep tracking, and they use ML algorithm, etc. to predict, how and when it should be serviced on a need basis, on a demand basis, right? That's the kind of shift which is happening. So my request to you all is, be aware about these things. And how can we be aware about this? By, looking at things, because there are a lot of changes happening in the digital world. So without those things being aware, we can't create innovations, right? I mean, that's important, connected thing. And remote working is here to stay. This is talking about that, right? I mean, how TCS is already saying that forget COVID, even by 2025, 25% only will be working in the office. So remote working is again a paradigm shift, because we may think it is just sitting at home and working. No, it's a lot of things are changing, because then the time has to be defined. How people work, where is the weekend, how is the weekday? A lot of things are changing, right? It's the work is becoming part of us, right? So it's a paradigm shift. So new AI modeling, because again, AI is pervasive. You look around, there are AI which the machine learning algorithms are running, which we are not even aware, right? I mean, whether it is for recommendation engine, and like we are saying in the cars, everywhere it is there. So there are a lot of changes, and new AI modeling is what we are talking about post-COVID. And the specialized remote expertise, gig economy, right? I mean, this is about, freelancing, but more than freelancing. So as part and parcel of when we do remote working, etc., the team become, it can be global, and the best people around the globe can form a team, and that team can, solve certain specific areas or give services in specific areas. So that is becoming a new norm, where, specialized teams become available to do specific activities, which is part of the freelancing or gig economy things. So these are certain opportunities. So we have to be aware about these opportunities and then gear up for that, right? So in summary, I want to talk. I mean, we talked about the entrepreneurial mindset, which even within an organization we should be having, which consists of the innovation, breaking the silos, agility, which leads to creativity, right? So as part of creating building a creative workspace, we have to do these things: innovation and going across, collaborating, and being agile. And we touched upon many things around becoming an entrepreneur. But what I want to leave you, from this session is, one is about, be aware that there are a lot of changes happening out there, right? I mean, we are studying. Students, you may be studying now, right? But there is a need for continuous learning, because apart from your regular studies, there are ways and means which you can on demand learn, right? There are MOOC available. So be aware about the latest technology changes which are happening, especially in the digital area. If you look at AI, ML, or blockchain, a lot of changes. So see that and see how, even if you are not part of the, IT, you can see in your area how it is affected. And that can lead to a newer, solutions, right? It can lead to a newer solutions. That's one of the takeaway I want you to, take from this. And again, being collaborative, participate in events like this. Good thing you are participating now. So participate in these things. And also there are virtual ways of doing it. I mean, if you are interested in AI, ML and all, Kaggle competitions, or you can get involved in these kind of things, right? Or you want to be an entrepreneur, even while you're a student, you can start now. How you start? You start talking to people. You can go and talk to people who have done startups and get those input, and then start gearing up and start experimenting. You can experiment in your free time, right? I mean, you can start trying something, look at certain problems, see how that can be solved, and things like that, right? And or you can choose to work with the company, right? I mean, obviously, so there are so many choices now. You can work with a company, you can become an entrepreneur, or you can join the gig economy, right? And this all can be mixed also. So exciting times are there, but be part of this, be aware and learn, continuously learn. Okay. There I want to conclude my sessions and wait for any questions you have.
Thank you, sir. There have been a few questions from our participants.
Okay.
The main idea of the question would be, this is the question, sir. Generally, when innovators come up with startups, they face a problem of gaining credibility and trust in society. People don't easily trust startups. Instead, they go for market giants. As an entrepreneur, how can we address this?
Correct. That's a good question. Everybody faces that. It is again depends on two aspects. The aspect number one is about how good is your problem. Forget about solution. Problem, because are you really addressing a problem which is a pain point for a specific individual or business? Because if it is a if it is really a pain point, then they are ready to look at it, irrespective of from where it comes, right? So that is very, very important, because is it a good enough problem? And second aspect is I talked about the networking and collaborative things, right? So we need to have networking done, in the sense there are a lot of today there are a lot of acceleration being done by companies. Even we are we work with Oracle. So there are most of the companies is having startup programs, etc., and they are willing to talk to startups, and they will team up with you. So that way you can get kind of credibility, where they will give you you can go together and then get the solution. So these two are very important, and once you start solving the problem of a real pain point, then actually it becomes a pull. So that's the most important thing, right? And again, beachhead strategy. Remember, I talked about the beachhead strategy, identifying the right segment, where one of the criteria is, do we have a reach, right, to that particular segment? Do we know someone who is running a hotel who is willing to take our solution, right? So that you can start experimenting in that, and then once you start solving, then you are taking it to your like I said, the collaborative thing. And beachhead strategy also talked about talking to another 10 customers, right? So that 10 customers you can take, and then that pull happens. So more than any time today, actually it is much more acceptable, especially because of newer technologies, etc. More customers are willing to listen to startups than the traditional companies. Okay. Does it answer or need?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving us such a clear insight in the entrepreneurial world. We, the entire team of IVTeC, would like to extend our thankfulness by presenting a virtual memento for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion with your presence.
Thank you very much. It was indeed my pleasure, to interact with you all, and I hope that it was useful for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Right.
Aksha?
Yeah.
Aksha?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Are all the panelists
Asha,
ready?
please start. Yeah.
Greetings, everyone.
Aksha, yeah.
IVTeC presents you with a panel discussion on exploring IEEE International Future Energy Challenge and the IEEE Empower a Billion Lives. International Future Energy Challenge is for students and for presenting ideas for innovation, conservation, and effective use of electrical energy. On the other hand, IEEE Empower a Billion Lives is aimed at fostering innovation to develop solutions to electricity access. For our panel discussion, we have Dr. Huai Wang, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Pandey, and Dr. Suryanarayan Dula as our panelists. We also have Professor Biju K as the moderator. Professor Biju K is a vice chair of our joint chapter, and he's also the assistant professor at the College of Engineering, Muna. Speaking of Biju sir, he has been a constant support and a guiding light. Without his proactive efforts, this IVTeC you all are visualizing right now wouldn't have taken shape. With great pleasure, I request Biju sir to begin with the panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Aksha. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to people from India and Asia Pacific. Good afternoon to people from Europe and Africa, and good morning to people from North America, South America. So today we have a panel discussion on IEEE International Future Energy Challenge and IEEE Empower a Billion Lives program. IEEE Future Energy Challenge is an international student competition for innovation, conservation, and effective use of electrical energy, which is open to college and university student teams from recognized undergraduate engineering programs in any location. The competition is sponsored by IEEE Power Electronics Society, Power and Energy Society, Industry Application Society, and Power Sources Manufacturers Association. The topic of IFSC 2020 is the design of power supplies for nano-satellite applications. Regarding IEEE Empower a Billion Lives program, it is a global competition organized by IEEE aimed at fostering innovation to develop solutions to electricity access. Solutions are expected to be scalable, regionally relevant, holistic, and leverage 21st century technologies with exponentially declining prices. The competition is completely open to all, including student groups, small and medium-sized companies, research labs, international corporations, and non-profitable organizations. So today for this panel discussion on the above two topics, we have three eminent personalities with us, with Professor Huai Wang from Aalborg University, Denmark, Professor Suryanarayan Dule from IIT Bombay, and Professor Sanjeev Panda from NUS Singapore. I will introduce the dignitaries to the audience by reading out a brief profile of them. Professor Huai Wang is currently professor with the Department of Energy Technology, Aalborg University, Denmark, and the vice leader of the Efficient and Reliable Power Electronics Research Program at the department. He is the general chair of IEEE International Future Energy Challenge 2020. His research addresses the fundamental challenges in modeling and validation of power electronic component failure mechanisms and application issues in system-level predictability, circuit architecture, and robustness design. He serves as an associate editor of several journals, including IEEE Transactions on Power Electronics and the chair of IEEE PELS IAS IE chapter in Denmark. He received the IEEE PELS Richard M. Bass Outstanding Young Power Electronics Engineer Award in 2016 for his contribution to reliability of power electronic converter systems. The next panelist, Professor Suryanarayan Dule from IIT Bombay, is currently with IIT Bombay, where he teaches and directs research in power electronics and power systems as a faculty member of the Energy Science and Engineering Department. Professor Dule received BTech degree in Electrical Engineering from Nagarjuna University in 2000, MTech in Energy Systems Engineering from IIT Bombay, and PhD degree from IIT Delhi in Power Systems in 2002 and 2007 respectively. He was with the Power Research and Development Consultants Bangalore and Machine to Machine Hyderabad before joining IIT Bombay. His research interests include smart grids, microgrids, converter topologies and control, grid integration of distributed energy resources, real-time simulation and emulation. He has won several awards, which includes Outstanding Editor 2019, International Transactions on Electrical Energy Systems Wiley, Best Associate Editor 2018, IEEE Journal of Selected Topics in Power Electronics, Outstanding Editor 2018 and 2017, ITWS Wiley, State Paper Prize Award winner 2017 IEEE IAS Annual Meeting, Bhaskara Advanced Solar Energy Fellowship in 2017, Excellence in Teaching Award 2017 from IIT Bombay, Young Faculty Award from IIT Bombay in 2009. Our next panelist is Professor Sanjeev Kumar Pandey from NU Singapore. He received his BE from South Gujarat University in India in 1983 and MTech degree from the IIT Barnas Hindu University in India in 1987 and PhD degree from University of Cambridge, UK in 1991, all in electrical engineering. He was the recipient of the Cambridge Nehru Scholarship and M.T. Mayer Graduate Scholarship during his PhD study. Since 1992, he has been holding a faculty position in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, National University of Singapore, and currently serving as the Associate Professor and Director of the Power and Energy Research Area. Dr. Pandey has published more than 450 peer-reviewed research papers, co-authored one book, and contributed to several book chapters and held 6 patents. His research interests include high-performance control of motor drives and power electronic converters, condition monitoring, and predictive maintenance, building energy efficiency and enhancement, etc. He is serving as an associate editor of several IEEE transactions, example Power Electronics and IEEE Journal of Emerging and Selected Topics in Power Electronics. So we have 3 eminent personalities or apt personalities for our theme of discussions today. And we will start with Professor Huai Wang, and each panelist can take 10 to 15 minutes maximum for their presentations. And after their presentations, we will have 5 to 10 minutes Q&A from the audience. And after that, we will summarize the discussions. So we will start with Professor Huai Wang. Professor, over to you, Professor Huai Wang.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. PJK, for introduction. Now I will share my screen.
Yeah.
Could you please let me know if you can see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm Huai Wang. It's my great pleasure to present here, and thank you for this joint chapter at Kerala to invite me to give a short introduction of IVC. The full name of IVC is International Future Energy Challenge. I'm the general chair of this year. That will be, we will have the final event in this November at Aalborg University, Denmark. So first, I would like to give a brief introduction of the history of IVC. So actually, IVC was first initiated in 2001, and at that time it was initiated by the DOE, the US, and also LASIO, that is the National Association Energy Officials, and also the IEEE, as you all know IEEE, and then the Department of Defense. In the very first IVC, the topic is about to develop the prototype for very low-cost inverters to support the fuel cell power systems. But the first IVC actually is only open to the undergraduate student teams from the North America. But then since the next IVC, that is 2003, it starts to open to international teams. So since then, we have actually this year, the 13th IVC event. From 2001 to 2015, the IVC was held every 2 years. And since 2016, it becomes an annual event. But between the 2001 and 2015, every IVC actually they have two groups. So we have two topic A and topic B. But since 2016, we have only one topic for the IVC. There are a lot much information about IVC in this permanent website. And also this year, we have created a LinkedIn group. You're very welcome to join this LinkedIn group because in the future years of IVC information will be also updated through this LinkedIn group and also this website. Check. It stopped a little bit. It seems I cannot change the slides. Can you see the change of my slides here?
No, it is not moving.
Okay, it seems stuck a little bit. Sorry, just a moment. It seems the slides does not change. Let me check. Can you see my screen now?
No.
Okay, we share.
Yeah, now it's coming.
Okay, great.
So please check whether it is moving. Yeah, now it's moving. Good.
Okay, good. Sorry for this short interruption. So here just give us a few photos about this from the past IVCs. For example, in the IVC event, actually we have a number of events. First, we have a workshop. Usually that was held in the March of each IEEE Applied Power Electronics Conference in US. So that is, for example, here is IVC workshop at the APEC 2017. So that is in US in the March. And then we usually have a final event in the host university. For example, this IVC 2003, that was in Ohio State University. And at the final event, the student will be demonstrate the hardwares, and also the hardwares will be tested, like here, follow a standard procedure to test the performance, for example, the efficiency, the power density, and the functionality, and so on. And in conjunction with this final event, usually we will have a one-day workshop. So this one-day workshop will we will have a couple of lectures from invited speakers and also from the judges, international judges. And of course, we have this final event, this ceremony about to announce the awarded project. Here are a list of topics. I will not go into the details. In the last 10 years, usually we will have, like in recent years, usually we will have IVC 1 year in USA, and another year, the second year will be outside of USA. So here are a number of topics, many are in the power electronics for different applications. And for example, in the last year, we have a topic on e-drive for bicycle. So that was held in University of Wisconsin-Madison in USA. And this year, the topic is power supply for nanosatellite in Denmark. I will give a little bit more introduction in this. If you want to get more details about the final events of IVC, I think this is a good video produced from the last IVC. That is available in the YouTube here. And IVC actually gives a very generous financial support for each student teams, and also the award. For example, we have at least 4 awards for that means at least for 4 student teams. The grand prize will be with certificate and also a cash award of $10,000. And the second is we call Outstanding Performance Award. That is $5,000. And then we have the third type of award that is called Innovation Award, and that is $3,000. And then the fourth one is we call Educational Impact Award, that is $1,000. Beside this award, sometimes the local organizers, they have some extra funding from industry partners, from universities. They will set a number of other smaller size awards that give to extra teams. Beside the awards, we have this travel financial support. So this is applicable for each of the IVC, not only this year. This travel grant is depending on the distance between the home country of the student team and the event. For example, if we have an event like the IVC workshop in US in March, so if you travel from India to US, and then you will get, each team will get $2,000 travel grant. That is for the team, so, because a team may have multiple members. So this $2,000 is for the whole team. And if the distance is less than 5,000 kilometers, the travel grant is 1,000. So this travel grant are applicable for both trips, like to the workshop in March and also to the final event for that. Here is a rough timeline for the IVC. So for those students who are interested in, or faculty members, this is a typical timeline each year for the IVC. So the exact date here may be not the same year by year, but this is the example of the 2020, the exact days. But usually we have an information session meeting that is in the IEEE ECC conference in September or in October. But this is not compulsory to attend this information session in order to participate. But usually at this conference, we have a short workshop to announce the information. And then the deadline, that is important. That is how you can get to submit the proposals. And so this is usually in the November. The student team submit a letter of intent, and also there is a proposal due date that usually in 2 weeks. So submit a preliminary proposal of the topic, and then before the end of the year, the team will receive the announcement whether they are selected for the next step, that is attending the workshop in March at APEC conference. And usually the final event will be held in July. So that is the summertime. The students can travel to the host universities. Eligibility, I think this is important. The first thing is that each university campus is limited to support only one team. If a university have multiple campus, of course, each campus can support a team. And for each project team, at least 3 undergraduate students are required, because this IVC is mainly for the undergraduate students. So like they work on, maybe this could be in connection with the final year project or some other kind of project for that. So each team should have at least 3 undergraduate students, and plus maximum 2 graduate students as advisors. Maximum 2 graduate students plus the faculty advisors for that. This is a composition of the team. In the next few slides, I will quickly go through, just give example about like the IVC 2020 in this year. The topic is power supply for nanosatellite. The reason we choose this topic is because we see the nanosatellite is becoming emerging things. The nanosatellite is a modular design. each module have a dimension of 10 centimeters times 10 centimeters times 10 centimeters. So in this topic, the student team asked it to design the power supply system for this nanosatellite. The power source comes from the PV panels. So there are 2 small PV panels, and each of them have a certain specifications in terms of the power rating and so on. And then we have a battery. So this battery is to store or release the energy when it is necessary, and then to supply 2 constant power loads as here. There are a number of requirements, usually for the IVC, also for other years, there are a certain number of minimum requirements that we have to fulfill. For example, the overall power loss is less than 5 watts, the weight, the dimension, and there's low cooling and so on. So this is a requirement for the student team. The IVC is organized by, usually we have a local organizing committee, and also we have a steering committee. This is like some conference. And since this year, we know that because of this COVID-19, we have to change, like we didn't have the workshop at the IEEE. So this is the updated plan for this year. We have online workshop actually in April, and then we'll have another online workshop in August. And hopefully we will have the final event physically in Aalborg, Denmark. In case that the student team cannot travel, they will send in the prototype developed, and then we will test the prototypes on behalf of the student teams according to a standard procedure. Here are a little bit more detail about the teams. This year we have received 26 proposals, and then 17 teams have been accepted to participate in the online workshop 1. That is in April, and we're very happy to see that there is this IIT camper. There is a team from IIT campers that has been accepted to participate in this online workshop. That is 1 out of the 17 teams from India. We have some other teams, like 5 from Europe, 5 from Asia, and 6 from North America, and 1 from South America for that. And after the first workshop, we have selected 10 teams that accepted for the online workshop in August, so the next round. And the student team from IIT Camper have been selected for this final 10 teams. For the final event for this year, for example, usually we have a standard testing system, or follow a standard testing procedure to test the functionality and performance of the prototype developed by the student teams. For example, this will be the prototype developed by the student teams. These are the interface, and then we have Chroma have sponsored those equipment they will configure this standard testing bench to make it automatic. So the students put in the prototype, and then everything will be collected. It follow a certain testing sequence for about 20 minutes. And then the student project will be evaluated by our international judge panel members. Yes, I think that's the brief introduction of the IVC. I think the reason we organize IVC 2020 because it aligns very well with our research activity at the Energy Technology Department. And this is Aalborg. So that's my presentation. I encourage that the student teams from India to participate in this event. This is a really exciting event, and also a lot of opportunities to interact with other student teams, and also renowned professors at different a series of events. The next IVC will be held in USA. Okay, thank you very much. I will be happy to take any questions in this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wang, for the nice presentation on International Future Challenge. In this short presentation, Professor Wang has explained the various headlines of IFAC, the various cash prizes, the various travel support programs for the contestants, And they also informed us that in this year, due to this pandemic, workshop that is being held during the ECC changed to online workshop mode. And he has explained the theme of IEEE 2020 also. This is power supply, design of power supplies for nano satellites. And I am sure that his presentation was truly inspiring for the IFSC Qantas aspirants. Now, let us hear from Professor Surya Dula from IIT Bombay regarding Empower a Billion Lives program. He is the coordinator of this program for Asia Pacific region. Professor Surya, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Vijay. Am I audible?
Yeah.
I'll just put my slide. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Can I start now?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to the panelists and various participants from across the world. So, over the next 10-15 minutes, I'm actually going to brief you about the IEEE Empower a Billion Lives Challenge. If we look at the beginning of this particular challenge, it's a relatively new competition compared to the other competitions in this sector. It started in 2016 with a workshop at Georgia Tech, Atlanta, where experts in various fields of energy have actually gathered to discuss on what can be done to actually solve the energy problem, especially to a larger sector of people in the world. So after the deliberations, the committee has actually recommended that there must be a global competition which should serve as a means to unleash the innovation leading to the creation of holistic, sustainable and financially viable solutions. Now, having said that, they have set certain tasks in the sense these technologies, whatever we build, we should be able to scale them rapidly, and the business can be a completely new business idea, and the ideas can also be adding some additional commercial value to the existing stream. And as I mentioned before, scaling is one of the most important aspects if we actually want to target a billion population. And when we have a competition, what is more important is we will have participants with different innovations. So we need to arrive at some common metrics. So on the right-hand side of the screen, you can actually see some of the experts in this field who have actually attended this workshop. They're very well known in their fields. Now, in 2017, if you look at the State of Electricity Access Report 2017, what you notice is the Sustainable Development Goal number 7 actually talks about energy. So there are many goals which we need to work on, but the 7th one is actually about energy, which also clearly highlights that about 3 billion people live in energy poverty, which includes 1.1 billion people without any access to electricity. This is basically alarming. Now, we need to find a solution. So let's try to see what are various possible solutions which our innovators have actually given to us. Before that, let's have a look at some basic numbers. Now, as I said, about 3 billion people don't have access to electricity or energy in that sense. Now, people who could be electrified using today's technology, they have already been served. Okay, so it means if we try to look at trying to go for grid extension to remote villages, it may turn out to be economically an unviable option. Okay, and the interesting number here is 1.8 million of those living off-grid have access to Tier 2 electricity. It means less than 200 watt hours of electricity is available to them. Now, one thought what comes into our mind is why not we actually scale up everything? Let's see what happens when we actually try to scale up. Now, so as the title of the slide clearly indicates, what if we did more of the same? No? there is a very interesting report by World Bank. If you look on the left-hand side of the screen, you actually see a chart on the left-hand side where we have operating expenditure, capital expenditure, and cash collected. So if you pay attention to the white dots on the screen on the left-hand side, you see that hardly actually find a white dot going extreme to the right-hand side. It means it is very clear indication that most of the utilities who actually ventured into supplying electricity to certain sector of consumers, okay, could not even recover their operational and capital costs. So this is a study conducted by the World Bank. So if you try to do the same, or if you actually did more of the same, what would happen is 3.7 gigatons per year of additional CO2 emissions. So this is going to be a catastrophe. So it means doing more of the same, it is clear that it is financially and environmentally unsustainable. So it means we need to have new technologies and strategies. Keeping this in mind, IEEE Power Electronics Society has announced this competition called IEEE Empower a Billion Lives in 2017, October, during ECC. So the main idea here is, we may have heard about crowdfunding. So what we thought is we'll actually crowdsource the innovation that is needed to overcome this scaling challenge. So the goal of IEEE EBL in short form is to foster interdisciplinary innovation in the global community to develop and demonstrate solutions to LCT access that are designed to scale regionally relevant, holistic, and leverage 21st century technologies that feature exponentially declining prices. Let's see what are various entries we actually received. Now, when we started this competition, we initially started with actually two tracks. So the track one is actually the decentralized model, which we call it as TR1. And there is a track two, which is actually centralized model, we call it as TR2. Track one primarily serves a single home, okay, at the tier 2 or equivalent level. Tier 2, as I mentioned before, 200 watts per day is the LCT. So what is expected from the household users? Lighting, phone charging, telecommunication, entertainment, air circulation, refrigeration, water pumping, etc. And in case of community use, we are actually looking at public lighting, water pumping, and purification. And if we go a step further, we are actually looking at agricultural manufacturing, light manufacturing, commercial aspects, etc. And track two, we are looking at centrally planned and implemented power generation and distribution model. So basically, we look at community-based electricity supply to various villages or maybe a couple of communities. Now, most of the time when we actually look at a competition that is sponsored by IEEE PELS, we generally expect the competition to be completely technological focused. But IEEE EBL is completely different in that sense. So if you see, what we expect from innovators is to come up with new business models, look at scalability aspects of it. Let's try to develop technologies which are actually carbon neutral. How can we expand these technologies? And people also look at data analytics and how do we actually enable digital and financial inclusion in these models. And most interesting thing is actually try to look at monitoring of the device, because diagnostics is one of the most important aspects. And we cannot ignore the regional empowerment. It means the local business needs to be supported with whatever technologies we actually build. Last but not the least, according to him, the most important thing is actually the wow factor. It means when we look at the innovation that is actually presented, we should just feel that, okay, this is it. Wow. So the wow factor is one of the most important parameters that was used. Now, this was the time scale for the 2018-19. Basically, it starts in May and it actually ends in 2019 in the October in the next year. So the initial entries which were collected, or solution development and submission, it is what we call. So there is a window of May to August 2018 where we actually received many entries, about 450 plus entries from 70 plus countries we have received. Then we conducted online reviews for all these applications we received from August to October. So, and then we actually separated all these teams regional wise, because our plan is actually to meet each and every team, okay, look at the product, and also if in some cases we even did field evaluations. So 82 teams were invited to various regional rounds, Okay, and we also had, as I mentioned before, in-person pitch reviews at regional events. So most of these regional events are either workshops or conferences which are sponsored by PELS and IAS. And there are about 23 global finalists from all these regional areas. Now, post this selection, the regional winners deployed for field testing, as I mentioned before. So the judges went actually and looked at various technologies which our innovators have developed. And in October 2019, at ECCE, the announcement of the global winners have happened. So there was a final round where the results were actually declared. This is a snapshot of various competitions that were held regionally. So in India, on the right-hand side, we actually see we had this South Asia regional round happened actually in Chennai during PEDAS conference. And before that, Pacific Asia regional conference happened in Shenzhen, China. Okay, and Europe regional actually happened in Spain in January, followed by Americas regional in Atlanta in 2019 February, and Africa regional in January 2019. So these are we had large sponsors. I mean, we have to really thank our sponsors for supporting this cause. These are sponsors at from various countries. So this also gives you an idea about a snapshot of various teams from various regions. You may be knowing some of these teams if you are familiar with IEEE activity. So as I mentioned before, we had 5 regionals, 82 teams, from which we have shortlisted 23 highly innovative teams from 15 regions. All these teams, in my opinion, are actually winners of the competition. Okay. Now let's have a quick look at what each team is actually giving. I have covered only a few, but there are more. You can actually visit the IEEE EBL website for more details. So, for example, if you actually look at NanoE, their focus is mainly on training the locals to construct, operate, and profit from DC nanogrids. So if you look at Solaris off-grid, their interest is more on frugal approach to battery management, enabling longer life. If you look at AgroHub, they're more into affordable mobile agriculture processing as a service. So if you see, there is very little overlap in all these innovators are actually presenting. That's the best part in this. Now, this is another company called XPower. So their focus is primarily on AC/DC hybrid microgrids. So based on their field experience, they realized that it's important to actually have hybrid microgrids or AC/DC hybrid systems instead of having either DC or AC. So this slide actually belongs to the global grand prize winner. So I don't have a specific slide indicating what these prizes are, but the more details are available in the IEEE EBL website. The global grand prize, I know it's actually $100,000. That's actually given to the Souls team from IIT Bombay. So their innovation is in multiple fronts. One of the interesting thing in this innovation is it is scalable. The total number of solar lamps this Souls team has distributed in the country over a span of a year is 7.3 million. So that's a huge number of solar lanterns that were distributed. And the best part here is most of these lanterns are actually most of these lamps are assembled locally. So if you look at the supply chain management on the left-hand side, procurement is made at a larger scale. That is the only way you can actually cut the cost, and distribution happens in school. So a student who is actually enrolled in a school, they can actually get one lamp. So more details about this are actually available in the Souls website. You can actually look at it. So at the time of competition, so about 290 plus districts were actually served at that time. Now they crossed about 7.3 million, and 6,000 plus women are actually involved in assembly, distribution, and So there are many outcomes of this particular project. I don't want to go into details, but I think if anyone is interested, they can actually look at their website. So these are some other winners at the EBL first version, that is global winners. Okay. Now, I would like to briefly mention about the next competition. So EBL2, we will build EBL2 based on a past experience, and we plan to launch this competition in 2021. So the format will start with submission of proposals in online round like EBL1, followed by field testing with virtual regional field testing evaluation. This is where you actually see the change, okay, including regional judges focused on the region-specific issues. Okay, the regional judging will cover the results of the field testing, which includes remote monitoring. So we are trying to include all these things so that we can actually get a good feel of what is there in the field, and so that the judges can do a better evaluation. Following this, the process selected teams will be invited for a global final in 2022. This is the current model. And this is an open call for invitation for all the IEEE volunteers and who want to get engaged with EBL2. Please go to the website and actually register yourself. There is a newsletter which keeps you, where we actually keep all the volunteers posted about various activities about the Empower Wellness competition. So one thing what I wanted to tell before I actually conclude is, there is no restriction on what you can actually do when it comes to IEEE EBL competition. The problem statement is very broad. All you need to have, okay, innovation. Innovation can be technology, it can be on markets, it can be on monitoring, it can be on any of the list which I actually shown before. So with this, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to actually talk about Empower Wellness. If you have any questions, feel free to write to me in the email address that is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Surya, for the inspiring presentation on EBL. The EBL was started very recently in 2016, and Professor Surya explained EBL. Hello. Professor Surya explained various innovation opportunities for EBL, and he explained various time schedules for this competition. And he mentioned that in his presentation, there are various region-level competition before the final happening. And he explained various innovations for the finalists in the previous editions. And as all of us know, IIT Bombay won the last IIT Bombay Souls team on the last emerged as the last winners, and he explained in detail why IIT Bombay emerged as the winners. And at the end, he explained the various stages and the theme of EBL 21 also. Thank you, Professor Surya, for the informative presentation. And Professor Panda was one of the finalists of the previous EBL edition. Let us hear from Professor Panda of his experience with EBL. Professor Panda, over to you.
And good evening to everybody. Are you able to hear me? And is the screen displayed properly?
Yes. Okay. Yes. Your slide is visible. Your audio is also good.
All right. Thank you, Biju, for inviting me to make a presentation in this today's session. And it's good evening to you people in India. Maybe our other speaker from Denmark. It's probably good morning at this point of time. And my name is Sanjeev Panda. What I'll be doing here is to make a presentation. It's not my part of the work, but it's definitely my students' team, their work. And I am just their academic mentor, and I'm using their slide to present it. And in this particular thing, Power at NUS is not only the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, but also the Solar Research Institute within the NUS. Mr. Eddie was also involved in this particular thing. And the two students of mine, mainly it is Rohit and Jaideep and Junian. These are the three PhD students who are very actively involved in this particular thing, Power at NUS. Is the slide moving? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So what we have tried to do here is to look at one of the island in the country Indonesia, and the name of the island is Sumba. So they have electricity available there, but the electricity is being produced using polluting sources like kerosene and diesel. And you'll be surprised to know that in the South Asia region, there are more than 30,000 islands, and all these islands, normally electricity is being powered by diesel generator, which is very much polluting. So one of the idea that we borrowed was when we were supposed to develop something from Batam Island, which is hardly about 1 hour ferry drive from Singapore, and their demand was about 12 megawatts. So I was involved in a process, and that's how I asked my student that when EBL competition came into picture, why not we put it up? And that's how they formed the team and participated in this particular competition. Now, this shows you the complete island, Sumba, which is a very small place. And depending on what type of activities are taking place, these are shown by the dotted line. But let's not go very details of that. And what are the industries there and why they need electricity? So if you look at it on the left-hand side of the screen, there is a cottage industries. Then on the right-hand side, they have agricultural land, and they produce different type of producers there. And of course, fisheries is the other type of the industries. So if they have electricity available there, then that would help them quite a bit. But unfortunately, the normal utility grid is not available there, and that is why we started this particular project and work with the local power producing company. So the whole idea was to have a sustainable microgrid that is based on renewables as far as possible. And since renewable is fluctuating in nature depending on the time and environmental conditions, so batteries are to be used to store when there is a oversupply than the demand, or when there is a shortfall in the load or in the power generation, then energy can be extracted from the battery. And of course, we have a small diesel generator, but the whole idea is to minimize the usage of the diesel generator. And if you look at it, the basic needs for the community, as Surya pointed it out, you have track 1 less than 200 watt hour, and track 2, which is more for the industrial places or community level. So the basic needs of the community, the household, and development of some new businesses, that was the whole idea in this particular thing. And small users like the household, they will pay a basic fee, and once small businesses will develop, then they will pay an additional premium, which will compensate for the initial investment on developing the microgrid. So the growth basically is dependent on the revenue generated by business, and scalability typically is not an issue because as it's an entrepreneurial thing, more business comes into the picture, the demand will grow, and as the demand grows, you can scale it up. That was the whole idea. But it has to be supported with business dealing, not just for the technical solution of it. So the approach basically is generalized as the energy sources generating loads can be customized based on your target customer need typically. So the technical overview is, yes, if you have an utility grid, community grid, on the left-hand side of it, the storage devices are there, like the energy storage, the diesel generator, the micro wind turbine, a smaller one, and of course, solar panel. And these will be all the resources, generating sources that will be providing electricity to the community microgrid. And on the right-hand side of the screen, you see the demand, whether it is for coffee bean storage, there is refrigeration needed, or even for cashew nut or hazelnut all these agricultural business, they need storage. So, and storage would need electricity, and that is where the load demand comes there. Then it will have an e-tuk-tuk. So this is a three-wheeler where you can transport your produce from one place to another place. And depending on during the night time when the vehicle is not being used, it can also act as the generating sources through the battery. And at the household level, at the bottom, if you look at it, at the community level, you need drinking water, then primary school housing is there, the healthcare centers, so they all need power to a certain extent. And as the business develop, that is the cottage industry will come into picture, and at homes, typically you'll have a mobile phone charger or small refrigerator or even your, the TV and other things. That will be at the home scale demand. So we divide the whole thing, loads into households. So typically in that particular island, there are about 50 houses. So household needs are LED lights, TV, phone charger, very minimal amount of electrical power they need. Public service loads are open primary healthcare centers, drinking water facility plant, all these things there. And the income generating loads are basically the micro cold storage facility, the e-tuk-tuk charger, and the cottage industry. So once they develop further, then they can buy more electricity, and then you can expand the scale of the whole thing. That was the whole typical idea. And the generations are typically from renewable energy sources. So we have a solar panel for about 15 kilowatt of power and a micro wind turbine about 6 kilowatt. The battery is 11 kilowatt hour probably, and the diesel generator is about 3 kilowatt for storage and emergency purposes. So diesel generator is there as a backup, but so long as if they are able to meet the demand through the battery and the renewable energy sources, then the diesel generator is not turned on. But in the worst case scenario, you need a backup, and that's how the diesel generator is there. The net energy consumption at the systems level that we computed based on these assumptions are about 97 kilowatt hour. And we calculated that we need an initial net investment of about $90K US, and that will be developed in two particular phases. So, metering, as Surya pointed it out, the EBL competition is not just the technical solution part of it, but also the how do you bill the user, how do you collect the money, and what type of mechanisms you built in there, so that the constraints are minimized and the stress on the system is minimized. So for normal household consumer, pay as you go, so PAYG model has been developed with prepaid electricity metering system based on the RFID technology and mechanism for shaping the user consumption. So you have prepaid a certain amount of money for a certain amount of electricity. Once you exceed that, automatically the power would be cut off. And that's how the user should know what is their capacity, how much they can afford to pay, and they shouldn't overuse their demand. Then you need to collect the data. So data analytics is an important part of it. So electricity usage data are collected through the use of the smart meter, and data analytics and AI can be applied to it. Then for the commercial consumer, yes, they will have intelligent energy management thing, then 3 GPP standard cellular-based LPWAN system is being used. Low system complexity is required, and the cost has to be minimum as far as possible. And low power consumptions are guaranteed for 10 years battery life for this thing. And the wow factor that we were looking at it here to convince the panel that yes, hybrid energy generation is proposed. So that is one of the wow factor. The low cost metering systems can enable direct logging of the data for the energy consumption by the user, and from the source side, how much it is generated. So for these automated data logging system, that needs to be provided, and that is what we have done. Now, the impact factor is there are 2 or 3 different sectors. So the potential economic condition improvement. So the whole idea is not just to provide the electricity, but at the same time, you provide job opportunities for different sectors. So like in the agricultural sector, storage of crops is very important through refrigeration and better price margin. So we know that food security is going to be another big problem, just like you're providing electricity. So storage is very, very important for all the food products. And here in that particular island, the 3 products are typically the coffee, cashew nut, and hazelnut. So we look at it that if we can have a storage facility, smaller size depending on the requirement, then the products or producers can be kept for a longer period of time, and then they can be sold to the buyer with a proper price range, rather than selling it at a lower price, because otherwise it will get wasted. Now the service sector, so there is a growth in the local cottage industry that we could foresee, and they would need, as that cottage industry growth is there, they would need electricity for automation and things like that one. So we saw that that is another sector where we can hope to generate revenue. The employment opportunity in the cottage industry is the plus factor. The e-tuk-tuk or tuk-tuk carrier, that's also electric vehicle type of thing, and that would be very useful for the infrastructure maintenance part of it. And the revenue generation from the cottage industry, the e-tuk-tuk, and the infrastructure maintenance all have been taken into account to do the financial analysis for this thing. So community empowerment is one of the important things that has to be seen there. So the operation and billing is done. Household consumers are there. Fixed price model for track or category 1, where they're using 200 watt hour per day energy usage, and pay as you go model for premium pricing for people, those they are using more than 200 watt hour per day usage. And these are supplementing the local income, so additional community income around 5,000 to 13,000 USD per month that can be generated. So the wow factor here is basically employment providing to the local people, entrepreneurship opportunities are there, and it adds basically to the resilience and disaster management capabilities of the community, and that would improve their potential standard of living. So this is the positive part of it, which is not so much to make money, but how we can make the standard of living of the human beings better, so that the whole world is a better place to live in. That's the whole idea here. So the business model, my apology. Yeah, sorry about that. So the business model that has been developed, again, the flexible, scalable, and resilient structure has to be built in. So that would include multiple revenue streams as it is scaled up. Scalability is modular business model design. So it is ensured that as the idea grows, it is possible to scale it up. Financing through the external investor at 7% interest has been looked at, and retain the ownership of the infrastructure there. No subsidies or grants are considered at this planning stage, because once you bring in subsidies, unfortunately, that will kill the whole business model development, and people start to misuse on that particular part. So that's why we have neglected, removed that particular part. Infrastructure assets leads to the local operating committee. So whole idea is to develop, and then you transfer the technology for the local people to take it over and then continue. So that was kept in mind to do this thing. And exit clause after the break-even point has been achieved. So the wow factors here is expansion of the local economy by generating employment through the entrepreneurship opportunities, and that is sustainable and viability is there. And diverse revenue sources are looked at. Profits from the electricity enabled small and medium scale industries that can be done. Electricity tariff can also be changed depending on different time of the day when you need the electricity. So cost benefit analysis has been done, the cash flow. I'm not going to details of this thing. So all these for the different sectors, community services, household, cottage industry, cold storage, all these things have been taken into account. So this shows you the cost analysis and the cash flow. So initially, as we know, the investment will be in the negative part. There will be no revenue generation. And somewhere, the revenue starts to come in after about 6 months in our business model. And we need a break-even period of typically 3 years, somewhere about 37 months from the starting date. Then we see that we are getting the revenue becoming positive and it becomes profitable. Field trial is one of the requirements for this thing, but unfortunately we could not develop the whole thing at the site. And that is one of the reasons why even after winning the local award, in the final global award, we lost it, basically. So the field trial was tried out to develop the whole idea, whatever we have done, and implement in the field. But unfortunately, that part we couldn't complete within the limited time available. So what we did for the panel member is to have we got the data for the energy usage, the demand, so and so, and the solar forecasting in that particular island. And then we use a laboratory emulated model to test out for this thing. And validation of the business and the impact of metrics through the Alpha Energy, the local company which is providing electricity there at this time, and we were collaborating with them to implement our proposed scheme. And we are still in discussion with them at this stage also. So the emulator test bed in the lab environment are shown. So we have some grid emulator through the advanced metering. We have a bidirectional inverter. So that would then link it to the different type of loads that we have emulated using either the electronic load or a passive load under different operating conditions. Then we have both. Some part of this grid is DC and some other parts of the thing are in AC. So we have taken into account the overall thing. And this is the emulated testbed setup that we have. Fortunately, we have most of the equipment available in our lab. So we use the solar inverter, the converter to control the energy flow, the energy storage, battery emulator, plus the smart meters and other type of energy meters that we put it in. Of course, in the field, you cannot have all these expensive items, but the real thing would be there. I'll show you in a slide in a moment. So we had taken the demand for the solar forecasting in that particular island, and based on the 5.4 hours of peak solar radiation there, we have the solar power available, then the household load demand, and the corresponding battery power discharging during the period. All these things have been shown over here under different emulated conditions. And we also developed a smart app for billing. This is not for each individual user, but for the service provider. So they can check everything, who is paying the bill, how much they have energy consumed, all these things based on the information that we have from our sensor. We developed the GUI or the app to show it on the computer as a GUI or even the mobile phone, so that they can track who is consuming how much of energy and how, whether they have made the payment or they haven't made the payment. All this billing can be done through this particular app. So, yeah, This is the company Alva Energy with whom we collaborated, and they have the installation in the Soba Island, which is solar capacity is about 1.2 kilowatt peak, and the energy storage device is about 7.2 kilowatt hour peak, kilowatt hour. Sorry. And this is the charge controller, the inverter, the energy storage devices, the yellow color box that you see at the bottom, on the right hand side at the bottom, plus the different household, they have been interconnected. This is the schematic of the nanogrid and on-site setup for the PV installation. This is the light during the night time. This PV panel, how it is being cleaned. And you see the cottage industries, the lady on the right-hand side photograph picture. During the night time, they can continue with their cottage industries development, which was possible earlier without having the electricity. So this is designed to supply about 19 households in that community in the village Kampung area. Kampung is basically village in Indonesian or Malaysian Bahasa. So the solar energy generated is about 6 kilowatt hour per day, and the cost of the installation is roughly about 6,000 USD. So this is the competition experience. So they have won the Best Student Team Award at PELS in IIT Madras. And on the right hand side, you see the circle or oval set. There are the two students, Jaideep Shah and Rohit Chandra. They are my PhD students still with me. They participated in this particular competition and went ahead and made the presentation in PEDS as well as for the final global competition at ECC North America. I think with that, more or less, I have come to the conclusion of this particular presentation. And I'll be more than happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Professor Pandey, for sharing your experience with EDL. And during his short presentation, he explained in detail his microgrid community project, which enabled him becoming the finalist of the EDL competition. Now we have some time constraints. We are supposed to start the closing ceremony by 7. It's already now 7:10. We have some questions also in the chat box. But due to this time constraint, we are not able to take the questions right now. And we will be sending the questions to the panelists and the participants will be getting the answers via mail. And thank you, Professor Wang, Professor Surya, and Professor Pandey for sparing your valuable time with us and sharing your experiences with the Future Energy Challenge and Empower Indian Life Program. So,
thank you very much.
We have a small virtual memento for you. Please stay with us for a few minutes also. Let us go to our student team. Arsha, over to you.
Sir. Thank you to all our dear panelists, Dr. Huai Wang, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Pandey, and Dr. Suryanarayan Nadola, for accepting our invitation and enlightening us with your words. As a token of our love and gratitude, we, the entire team of IVTeC 2020, would like to present you with a virtual memento. Dr. Huai Wang, sir, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Next, moving on to Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Pandey. Thank you so much, sir. And to our final panelist, Dr. Suryanarayan Nadola. Thank you once again to all our dear panelists. Our grand closing ceremony of IVTeC will commence in a few minutes. Stay tuned.
So thank you all. Thank you, Professor Wang, Professor Surya, Professor Pandey.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Goodbye, good night, good day.
Same to you.
Thank you. Professor Luchin Chang.
Hello.
Professor Samir Assam, Professor Nandan.
Hello, sir.
Samir sir. Samir sir. Hello, Samir sir. Nandan.
Yeah, Nandan here. I'm here.
Nandan, you can switch on the video also. Samir sir. Samir sir.
Yeah, he'll join, don't worry. He is already joined.
Student team, please wait for a few minutes. Let Samir sir also join. Okay. I'll call you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
He has joined. He's already there.
Okay.
It's there, but mic is mute.
Hello.
Samir sir.
Yes.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you, Samir sir. Samir sir, could you please switch on your video also?
Yeah, then.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, can we start?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Greetings to everyone. There is no real ending. It's just the place where you stop the story. Greetings to all the dignitaries, guests, and delegates with great joy and immense exultation. As we celebrate the end of IVTeC, the International Virtual Technical Conclave, organized by IEEE IAIE PELS Joint Chapter Kerala, it's good to remember that there is no true ending, but just a new beginning. I welcome each and everyone to this closing ceremony of IVTeC.
Moving on, Dr. Bijana K, Chair, IEEE IEEE PELS Joint Chapter Kerala. Without her support and encouragement, this event would not have been a success. Her thriving and supportive words kept us on track and working. With great contentment, I would like to welcome Dr. Bijana K for welcoming the gathering. Ma'am, please.
Good day to all the dignitaries. It is indeed with great pleasure, with contentment that we are sitting here after the 3 days of hectic program organized by the joint chapter. All our student team and our professional team has been successful in consolidating and making things work. It is indeed with great pleasure I'm welcoming our guests for the closing ceremony. We had all the 3 days specifically tuned to the 3 different societies of our joint chapter. The first day we had the IAS, particularly by ruling over by the address with Tommy sir, our Peter Magyar and Dr. Roger Hunter. On the second day, we had mostly by the IES, where they have been our innovators under 35, and today it is predominantly for the Power Electronics Society, including the PELS global leaders like Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Panda. So it is indeed with great pleasure that we are closing this International Virtual Conclave, and it is our pleasure or our privilege to have this with the presence of Dr. Luchin Chang, the President-elect of PELS. Indeed, it is my pleasure and it is our honor, sir, to have you here. We welcome you to this function. Very hearty welcome to you, sir, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Now, there is a person who has been a complete inspiration to us for the past 2 years as a chair, and then continuing with his effort as chair of a strategic academic initiative. a true leader, a true volunteer, a true executor, a true implementer. Words are very less to explain about Dr. Samir. We are indeed very happy to have you here during this function. Welcome, Dr. Samir. We look forward to your support even for the next years to come.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
The student activities is always the heartthrob of Kerala section, and whenever the student activities coordinator is much like a student who is vibrant and young and active, then that whole team will become so active. And in the IVTeC, it was predominantly the student activity, and we always wanted the student activities coordinator to be part of our function. So it is indeed my pleasure to welcome Professor Nandan, our student activities chair for Kerala section, who is the real leader for the software team. Welcome, Dr. Professor Nandan.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, so of course, any ceremony, any function of this stature, it involves the efforts of hundreds of people. And this time we had the professionals teams with guidance, the students team with real actions, and that too on a real-time basis every time, right from 4 to 8 for the past 3 days. I don't think they have even blinked their eyes. So it is indeed a great pleasure to welcome all our students team, our IVTeC core committee involving more than the executive committee here. So I welcome all the student participants, the students, committee coordinators, our professional team, all the participants to this closing ceremony. Welcome all, and looking forward to a relationship throughout. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. A leader is someone who creates an event. Team members essentially bring life to it. Once again, our all-hearted thanks for leading us throughout the sale. It's my great honor to introduce Professor Liu Chen Chang, the President-elect of IEEE Power Electronics Society. He is a fellow of the Canadian Academy of Engineering and the Vice President of the IEEE Power Electronics Society. He was the General Chair of the 2015 7th IEEE Energy Conversion Congress and Exposition, the ECCE, in Montreal, Canada, and 2016 8th IEEE International Power Electronics and Motion Control Conference, ECCE Asia, which was held in China. He joined the faculty of University of New Brunswick in 1992, where he is currently a professor in electrical and computer engineering. His current interests include power converters, direct load controls, and distributed generation systems. Now he is the President-elect of IEEE Power Electronics Society. His contributions to IEEE is highly remarkable. With all privilege and honor, I welcome Professor Liu Chen Chang, the President-elect of IEEE Power Electronics Society, for the keynote address. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the invitation. In the next 15 minutes or so, I'd like to present to you the overview of the Power Electronics Society. I really appreciate the invitation by the organizers of IVTeC 2020. Really hope that everybody has enjoyed the conference. The Power Electronics Society is formed and run by volunteers, very much like you and me. We all work together to have a better society year after year. The Power Electronics Society is growing. It is one of the 39 technical societies of IEEE. The Power Electronics Council was founded in mid-1980s. After a few years of operation as a council, the society was formed in 1988. Now it's almost 32 years of its existence within the IEEE as a society. We have over 10,000 members worldwide. The field of interest of PELS is in the development of applications of power electronics systems and technologies, from devices to circuits to design tools and applications involving the electronic conversion, control, and monitoring of electrical power. So it has a very wide application. The team of volunteers as executives is here to serve our members. At this moment, we have Freddie Blapter as the president, and we have 6 vice presidents. Each has the portfolio of his tasks, from technical operation to products to membership, conferences, standards, and global relations. We also have an executive director, Mike Kelly, here coordinating all the efforts. If you have any questions, any needs, if you need resources from the Power Electronics Society, contact to any one of us. We will be able to get back to you. This graph shows the membership growth over the past few years. As you see, we have exceeded 10,000 membership last year, and that brought us to one of the largest societies within the IEEE. Certainly, we are not the largest. IAS has more members, and PES has 30,000. This is much larger. Region 10, that's in the Asia and the Pacific region, is the fastest growing region within the Power Electronics Society and within IEEE. We have a team of liaisons and committee chairs to serve the regional needs. In particular for Region 10, Dr. Sanjeev Panda, who presented the panelist session just before me, is in charge of the membership development and services for Region 10. I'm pretty sure you are familiar with him. In particular, he presented his project for the winning competition in the South Asia region of EBL, which I will mention in my later part of the presentation. I noticed that Kerala section has many student members. I just would like to present to you that the Power Electronics Society has broad student programs to support exciting student activities, including ETHIC, which is the IEEE Future Energy Challenge. Each year there is a theme, be it on the motor drives or power converters for PV or motorbikes. The student teams from all over the world participate in this Future Energy Challenge. PELS also organizes PhD schools at this moment in Europe and in Asia. Hopefully that will grow into other regions. Student travel grants are offered by the Power Electronics Society to support students in participating the PELS conferences, and we also support the student project demos in some conferences, such as ECCE. In products, we have many journals and magazines. In particular, here is the list of many journals. In particular, I'd like to bring your attention that Transactions on Power Electronics is highly rated. It publishes over 1,000 papers per year. It has the impact factor of 7.2, 7.3. It is the most downloaded IEEE transactions within IEEE. And in addition, we have many other journals particularly, I would like to bring your attention that IEEE Open Journal of Power Electronics, leading the charge by our past president, Alan Mantus. This is a new magazine. If you have papers to submit, the journal is looking for more journal submissions. The conference portfolio, we have over 30 conferences per year, and the participants are growing. We have several categories of these conferences, including the major conferences covering the entire field of interest of power electronics society, such as APEC and ECCEs in North America, in Europe, and in Asia. We have smaller, technically focused conferences, such as the wireless power, the transportation electrification, the power electronics for distributed generation, and for the wide bandgap devices. In addition, we have conferences serving regional communities, such as PELS, you may be familiar with, and SPEC, which is the power electronics for the southern atmosphere. The technical committees, at this moment, we have 7 technical committees within the society, from devices to simulation, modeling, sustainable energy, transportation, as well as the high performance and emerging technologies. The society will expand the technical committees to 12 in the near future in order to meet the growing needs of our members. We hope to provide a home for technical activities to all PELS members, and each technical committee will have a technical conference in the future to serve the needs. Dr. Panda talked about the initiative led by the Power Electronics Society on empowering 1 billion lives. This is an initiative by the Power Electronics Society to foster the innovation to provide electricity access to the energy impoverished regions. The competition has about $1 million of budget. Over 450 teams from 70 countries participated in this global competition last year and the year before. There were 5 regional competitions in South Asia. That competition was in Chennai, India, in Pacific Asia, Africa, Americas, and Europe. The final competition was done at ECC Baltimore in October 2019. The ITT Bombay team, Solus, won the global competition. The second EBL is coming. The society is organizing the second competition starting from this year in competition, in the organization and preparation. And if any of your team, your members are interested in participating, keep an eye on the communication from the EBL team. The competition in terms of registration likely will start from next year or the year after. So this year is in the preparation. In addition to the EBL, the Power Electronics Society also initiated roadmap. These would be the technical roadmaps to provide the guidance to researchers, to students, and to industry over the next 5 years, 10 years, and 20 years. The first roadmap is called International Technology Roadmap on Wide Bandgap Semiconductors. That was completed its first mandate of 3 years. The white paper, the final roadmap, was published last year. Now it is available for members and the non-members. The second roadmap, called International Technology Roadmap for Power Electronics for Distributed Energy Resources, has started this year, and over the time of 3 years, including this year, 2021 and 2022, there will be committees, working groups working on different areas of distributed energy resources. I encourage you to participate in the exercise of this roadmap. It's just started with in the process of signing members and forming the working groups and conducting the review for the white paper on ITR-D. Again, I really appreciate your invitation. This is a great opportunity for me to share with you the overviews of the Power Electronics Society, its initiatives, and its vision into the future. And I really encourage you to engage with our society in terms of the technical activities, conferences, publications, standards, initiative. All is welcome. More information is provided here on the PELS website. If you have any questions to me, you're more than welcome to send me an email. My email address is provided here. Again, thank you very much. Really appreciate your invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Once again, thank you, sir, for your remarkable and supportive words. We are extremely thankful to have you with us today. As a token of gratitude, we would like to present to you a virtual memento.
Thank you very much. That's great. Thank you. Really appreciate.
Thank you, sir, once again. Moving on, I'm greatly honored to introduce to you Dr. Samir S.M., immediate past chair, IEEE Kerala section, and an exceptional proactive volunteer from the IEEE Kerala section. He is a professor of Electronics and Communication Department at National Institute of Technology, Calicut. He has done his PhD from IIT Kharagpur on wireless communication. His works and contributions in IEEE has always been very remarkable and praiseworthy. Now, I take this opportunity to invite Dr. Samir S.M. for the felicitation address. Sir, please.
Professor Lichin Chang, Professor Bijana Kunju, Professor Nandan, and the entire organizing team of this International Virtual Conclave IVTeC 2020. Good evening to all of you, and it's a great honor and privilege to be part of this conclave in the valedictory section. It has been an amazing program planned over the last 3 days, organized in a very, very special way. This IAITL joint chapter of IEEE Kerala section has been one of our oldest societies, and we always have been organizing programs catering to the community, working in the industrial electronics, power electronics, and industry applications area. We have quite large number of members in the Kerala section, mostly students. the startups and medium-scale industries, mostly in the state of Kerala, and provide more, technical support and advices for taking up to the to higher levels. Now, this strategic initiative for academic engagement is mainly having a few mandates. First thing is that we would like to have more industry relevant and industry ready students coming out from our colleges. So more programs need to be organized to make them industry ready. And also many of the programs that the society chapters organize in the section also can be, reformed in such a way that we deliver more industry relevant content to these students. So this is one of the objectives of this society. And also that we have about 200, 300 active faculty members in the electrical and computer science areas in the section. We also would like to focus on this community and give them more advices and value-added programs to make them more equipped in delivering the content that they have in the classrooms, and also to update them about the changes and researches happening in the industry, and also to focus more on the attainment of the expected deliverables that they need to give in the classroom. So and also we plan to closely associate with the technical university in the state, APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University, Kerala, which is where the engineering colleges in the state of Kerala, almost all of them are affiliated to. And so the curriculum revision of this college takes place, university takes place about once in 4 years. So we would like to have more interaction with this university so that we'll have more involvement in the curriculum design of the university through the faculty members that we have with IEEE Kerala section and our volunteers, and focus more on delivering quality content to the students. So this is broadly the objective of this strategic initiative. So I expect a lot of support from the organizing team of this IVTeC, especially the office bearers of the Industrial Application IEEE Joint Chapter of Kerala section, Professor Bijana Kunju, Professor Qasim, Professor Biju, and all these excellent and fine volunteers to take this strategic initiative to the expected outcomes and goals that we have set, and this requires the support of our student volunteers for many of the programs, and we have been receiving a lot of support from you, and we continue to hope that we will get that kind of support from you. And one thing I would like to say is that times are changing, and because of the COVID situation, now we are able to have virtual programs like this, which is the positive side. But then on the job perspective, we definitely will see a lot of challenges. So unless you are very, very committed and to your profession, and unless you polish your skill set to what the industry needs at present, and also focus on developing your communication skills along with your technical skills, it is very difficult to get a job in the current market, especially those who are graduating in 2020, 2021 and all. So there are a lot of opportunities now for learning. There are a lot of online courses, and because of the current situation, online courses are priced at a very low rate, as well as many of the courses are made free. And there are also a lot of possibilities for interacting with industry speakers through these kind of programs. And I urge you to make use of more idea about what is happening, what are the changes that the industries are going through now, and especially in the context of Industry 4.0, what are the changes, what are the new things that you need to learn, and therefore, I mean, make use of all these opportunities and polish your skill set so that you will become better engineers in the days and months to come, and you will be able to get grab opportunities in the new rather tough market. So with this, I conclude, and once again I thank the organizers of this program, Bijuna Madam, Biju, for and all the student volunteers for the kind introduction and for inviting me for this program. It has been an amazing journey over the last 3 days, and I wish the whole team hearty congratulations for organizing this wonderful program, and hope that they will come out with similar innovative programs in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your presence and gentle words are a source of encouragement for all of us. With all joy and pleasure, we are presenting the virtual memento for you. Sir, kindly accept it as a token of gratitude and love from the whole team of IEEE PELS Joint Chapter Kerala.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Welcome, sir. We raise our hearts in gratitude and for sparing time for us.
Thank you very
Next.
much.
I'm honored to invite Professor Nandan S., the Chair of Student Activities IEEE Kerala Section. He is currently the Assistant Professor at LBS Institute of Technology for Women. He has done his Master of Technology in Telecommunication from NIT Calicut. He is one of the renowned proactive volunteers of the IEEE Kerala Section. He have always supported and encouraged the student branches of Kerala Section. I humbly invite Professor Nandan S. for the felicitation address. Sir, please.
Yeah, thank you. Hope I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So, good day all. I feel extremely happy to interact with the participants of International Virtual Tech Conclave organized by IEEE PELS Joint Chapter of IEEE Kerala Section. And I understand that majority of our attendees are student members. So it's very happy that IEEE Kerala Section is always in top 5 or definitely in top 10 in terms of the membership count. So as on December 31st, 2019, we are number 1 globally in terms of the student membership count. So we had a record of say 1,250 plus student events exclusively in 2019. So very happy to share that we have now crossed that huge number of 1,250 as on May 31st, 2020. Means from January till May 31st, 2020, we have crossed that 1,250 plus number of events, and most of them are online events. So the contribution of, I should say, the society chapters is very much a significant factor for organizing that many number of events in Kerala section. So we work as a team, even though physically we have multiple teams, we work as a single team. We have a single mind. So it is because of these collaborative efforts of society chapters, we have that much of good quality events happening here in Kerala section. So I would like to appreciate the professional team as well as the student team of IEEE PELS Joint Chapter in organizing such a wonderful event. And I'm sure that all the participants will enjoy this, has already enjoyed the 3 days of these beautiful sessions. So I received a wonderful feedback from the student members. So big appreciations to the team behind this initiative. Congrats to all. Now, I understand most of the people attending here are student members. So let me talk to the student members present here. So, it's based on an article that I read some few months back. And so I will summarize the abstract of that. This is typically for our student members. So it's regarding the 3 keys for a remarkable career. All right. So the question is, the whole abstract of what I need to tell you is like how to stand out in your engineering career. So that's a general question that normally we all are looking for, right? To get the answer. So we all are looking for an answer to this question, right? Yes. So, for example, today, for example, if you take the IT, the software industry, we have more than 20 million software developers in the world. So that's the recent study that I have read through, right? So with such a large job market, so in any field, not just in software field, in any field, with such a large job market, how do you differentiate yourself from the crowd? How do you ensure that, say, 5 or 10 years down the line, you are not just yet another engineer doing the same things, but instead, that you are doing it at the starting of your career, but you want to be one of the best choices in the industry, right? All right. So we are all looking for that kind of answer to such a question: how to stand out in your engineering career. All right. So, how do you go from someone who is fighting to get every job interview to someone who the top companies actively compete to recruit, right? So I would like to outline a simple structure for identifying what to focus for getting this transition from being a good engineer to a great one. Right, so I will tell you an outline of a simple structure for identifying what you need to focus for such a transition from a good engineer to a great engineer. Right. So I hope you remember you might have studied something called Venn diagram, right? So Venn diagram. So maybe you might have studied in set theory with some circles and all, right? Right. So I shall try to make you understand this particular point. So identify the intersection of your Venn diagrams. Right. So the 3 things in your Venn diagram is: 1, your passion; the second thing, your strength; and the third is your market demand. All right. So for you student volunteers, try to draw a Venn diagram with 3 circles. The first one, your passions; the second one, your strengths; and the third one, your market demand. All right. So these 3 components form a Venn diagram. All right. Your passion, your strength, and the market demand. And in their intersection, you find your path to craft an amazing career. So in the intersection of these 3, you will find a path to craft an amazing career. So if you miss any one element, you will finally end up falling short. Right. So 3 things: your passion, strength, and market demand. So when you have passion and skill in an area, but there is no market demand, you have created yourself a hobby, which can be fun and worthwhile, right? But there is not career. It will never end up in a career. So when you're passionate about a high demanded area, but you lack the skills, you won't be able to materialize the impact that you want to create. You won't be, never, it's not possible. And you will end up frustrated at the lack of progress and your inability to execute. All right. So at least until you find an adjacent area or role where you do have the skill. All right. Otherwise, it's not possible. So when you excel in a high demand area, but you lack passion for what you are doing, you might make good money, but sooner or later you will get bored or you will lose the motivation. So you will wonder why you are spending 40 or 40 plus hours per week on fulfilling work that doesn't give you your life any meaning. It's not possible. So 3 things, focus on 3 things: passion, strength, market, or in plural, passions, strengths, and market demand. Draw the Venn diagram, find the intersection point of these 3, and there you will find your path to craft as a good engineer. So to find your passion, you ask yourself. How you find your passion? You ask yourself. So what activities you get the most excited, or what type of work brings you into flow? The type of work where you are get so engaged, or you don't even notice how much time you has passed. So what type of work energizes you? So that you have to ask yourself your passions. So when thinking about your passions, it's always helpful to think about their foils, right? The activities that you really dislike doing. So what drains your energy or disproportionate amount, I should say, meetings or emails or prototyping, design, anything. So, right. So that's about passions. You have to ask yourself, find that. And the second is your skills. You identify your skills. So it's like, what parts of engineering are you really great at? We have to have different skills, different society chapters we have. Students are very much focused into our society chapters, right? So you will be having your area of interest. You identify that. So what are your competitive advantages? Particularly when it comes to non-technical skills. So relative to your peers or relative to your other engineers. So what your adjacent disciplines to your current skill can you also learn and master? Try to understand that. Try to understand all your strengths. And one tip here, while considering your strengths, it's actually, I should say, really powerful to become really good at 2 or 3 things, right? You might be, it's very difficult to be the best in one thing. It's very difficult to become the best in one specific thing. But it is very easy to become the top 25%, to be in the top 25% of 2 or more skills. Yes, that's possible. Right? So try to find that, try to identify that. And you combine that, you can do extraordinary things. So try to identify your strengths, not your best thing, right? Don't try to be the best in one thing. Rather than that, try to be in the top 25% in multiple things, maybe 2 or 3 things. And you combine to do extraordinary things. So you ask yourself to find your passions. You ask yourself to find, your strengths, basically, multiple things. And lastly, to identify the market's demand. So that's very critical. So what hot trends seem to be in the high demand in the market? For example, we know machine learning or data science or mobile development. All these we have seen in high levels of growth in the recent years. So identify that in your area of interest. Identify that. What teams and product areas in your company create the greatest value for your business? Identify that. So what strategic product bets or engineering investments do you believe might create massive value? Find that. Right. Then you find the intersection of these 3. There you can find your path for becoming an amazing engineer. So you find your path when you step into that intersection area of these 3, passion, strengths, and market demand. You are actually creating a role for yourself where you can effectively create an impact. Yeah, that's why finding the intersection of the 3 areas and searching for the opportunities within that intersection is so critical. Right? So it's if it is not easily discovered, so if you are unable to find it all of a sudden where your intersection is, don't lose your hope. The way to find it needs creativity, basically, right? It needs some creativity, which is one of the best aspects of the job title engineer. Yes, you can do that. Be flexible, find that intersection. And as an engineer, try to solve problems, and you should leverage all of your skills, both technical as well as non-technical, to do that. All right. So once again, this is a simple request and a simple suggestion to all the student members present here. And we are doing great things here in IEEE Kerala section. We have a lot of society chapters where a lot of wonderful events are happening, and IEPLS joint chapter is one of the stands top in the quality of events as well as the number of events organized, number of student events organized within Kerala section. So we, as I mentioned earlier, we work as a team, as a single mind. Even though we have multiple entities, we work as a single team. And you student volunteers, you people, you have joined our society chapters to find something or to learn something for your career development. And I am sure that the activities, good quality activities organized in IEEE Kerala section or organized by our society chapters will definitely be beneficial for you people. And once again, thanks for giving me an opportunity to become a part of this closing ceremony of International Virtual Tech Conclave organized by our joint chapter. And I would again like to appreciate all the volunteers, the professional team members, as well as the student volunteers who worked behind organizing this particular event. And thank you so much for giving this opportunity, and appreciations to all the coordinators here. Thank you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful. We'll definitely learn passion, strength, and pointed out by you, sir. We are very grateful to have you with us today. So, as a token of gratitude, we would like to present a virtual memento to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Once again, thank you for taking time of the words. Now,
Thank you,
I take delight in introducing you all with a core organizing committee of IVTeC 2020. The contributions and diligence of each member of the committee definitely marked up the grand success of IVTeC.
Here we have the core committee. It comprises of Dr. Bijna Kunnu, the chair of IEEE PELS Joint Chapter Kerala, Professor Bijuki, the vice chair, Professor Vasanthi V, secretary, Ruben Matthew, the student representative, Govindaraman S, the electronics communication coordinator, Eldo Babu, the technical coordinator, Clifton Cletus, webmaster, George Puttanangadi, the newsletter editor, Suresh Nambudiri, content writer, Shivali K, associate editor, Adina V. Abraham, content writer, Niveda KM, Kochi Hub student representative, Leah Mariam George, the V coordinator.
Now, here is the telecommunication team that worked for connecting our eminent speakers. The team include Niveda KM, Eldo Babu, Asha Roy, Madhukrishnan, and Nityasri Ramanujam.
Next is the publicity team who took the event to great height and spread the word to nooks and corners of the world. The team comprises of George Puttanangadi, Leah Mariam George, Nitin VM, and Arjun Das. Now we present the top 10 publicity volunteers of IVTeC. Jagadishwaran K, Anna Lakshmi S, Teddy Thomas, Madhav R, B. Tamilmani, Unnimaya PS, Mazida, Akya Katiyar, Jishnu, and Melvin.
Next, we have documentation that have done all writing and content work for the whole conclave. The team includes Suresh Nambudiri, Adina Abraham, Naina,
Next, we have our YouTube channel maintaining team that work behind the screen for the uninterrupted streaming of all conclave live in our YouTube channel. The lead was Clifton. Then we have Akshay Shivadas, Sybil B. Thomas, Shivali, and Ananda Padmanabhan M.
Next, we have our design team behind all those beautiful posters. Govindaraman S, Kailas Krishnan, Vimal Thomas, Uday Kumar, Jabez Selvaraj, Rajat Matthew, Rahul Das, Mohammad Nakash A.
Here we have the video editing team who made the vibrant promotion videos of IVTeC, NS Hariram and Neeraj Singh Sagate. The comparing and the anchoring for 3 days were done by Niveta, Shivali, Nitya, Nayana and Arsha. Hats off to the whole student team and core committee for the excellent work.
Now, I proudly like to invite the person who gave his full strength, diligence, and constant trust for making IVTeC a remarkable success. I wholeheartedly invite one of the backbone of the Student Executive Committee, Mr. Ruben Matthew, Student Representative, IEEE, IEEE, PELS Joint Chapter Kerala, for presenting the word of thanks. Ruben, please.
Thank you, Shivali. Thank you. So, greeting to all the dignitaries and delegates present here. According to Saint Ambrose, who lived many years ago, no duty is more urgent than that of returning thanks. So I am delighted to have been given the pleasant duty of delivering the vote of thanks this evening. It has been our pleasure to host such a pioneering virtual conclave, IVTeC 2020. The participants were very enthusiastic, and I'm very thankful to them for attending the conclave through our YouTube channel. We have been very fortunate to have eminent speakers from industry, academic, and utility work in the industrial fields of electronics, electrical, and power electronics engineers. I am sure that the participants are benefited by the virtual presence in the conclave. On behalf of IEEE PELS Joint Chapter Kerala and on my own behalf, firstly, I would like to thank Professor Chung, President-elect IEEE Power Electronics Society, for making his presence in this evening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your invitation.
Next, I would like to thank Dr. S.M. Samir, immediate past chair, IEEE Kerala section, for his inspiring words. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
I would also extend my gratitude to Professor Nandan S., Chair, Student Activities Committee, IEEE Kerala section, for sparing his valuable time for us. Thank you, sir. I thank them for the generous support and guidance for encouraging at every point of time in the organizing of this great event. I would like to thank the opportunity, expressing our gratitude to Professor Subhaveda Amravit and Mr. Joseph Eapen, Dr. Huai Wang, Dr. Sanjit Kumar Pandey, and Surya Narayanan Dula, who take time for their busy schedules to join and grace this event. Thank you all. I want to state that we are grateful to all the esteemed speakers, Dr. Peter Miga for membership development section, Dr. Tommy Sebastian for taking a session on mechatronics, Dr. Roger Hunter for aerospace research, Mr. John McDonald for grid modernization, Mr. Gautam Ram, Dr. Takaru Nosaki, and Dr. Bharat Gopal for taking over the panel discussion on IES Under 35 Innovators Congress. I would like to thank Mr. Baritra Thakur for the workshop on usage of TensorFlow in ML applications, which the session was excellent and very informative and inspiring. We thank you for being with us this time. This event was made special by having a virtual tour by Kerala Startup Mission. So I thank Kerala Startup Mission for giving such a golden opportunity for all the participants of IVTeC 2020. An event of this novel and with such a dimension can happen overnight and need meticulous planning and execution and an eye for detail. So from my heart, I thank Dr. Bijuna K., Chair, IEEE PELS Joint Chapter Kerala, Professor Biju, Vice Chair, IEEE PELS Joint Chapter Kerala, and Dr. Vasanthi, Secretary, IEEE PELS Joint Chapter Kerala, for taking the initiative for hosting and thanking the members of the committee for the valuable leadership and guidance. I would also extend my gratitude towards Professor Muhammad Qasim, always standing as a backbone for IEEE PELS Joint Chapter Kerala. Thank you all. I would like to thank the delighted and ever enthusiastic volunteers who worked behind the scenes to make this event happen. Our technical team, publicity team, documentation team, design team, and all others. I thank you all from my bottom heart. I mention my deepest sense of appreciation and would place on record of my hearty thanks to all the volunteers because of whom we made this function possible. I cannot thank everyone enough for the willingness and involvement to take on this completion of the work. And I wish to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation for IEEE PELS Joint Chapter Kerala Student Execom for the relentless pursuit of this dream and their hard work. It was teamwork and the joy of volunteering that gave colorful results for each of our efforts. We have been ideating and conducting a number of innovative events past month, and although the experience and success have been so rewarding. Last but not the least, I thank all the keen attendees of IVTeC 2020 for showing their interest in this unconventional and exciting idea of virtual tech conclave IVTeC 2020 and decided to be a part of this wonderful journey. I once again thank everyone for making our IVTeC 2020 a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Thank you so much for expressing our hearty gratitude to all the dignitaries and eminent speakers, and even the whole team who made this International Virtual Technical Conclave a successful and memorable one.
Thereby, we have come to the end of International Virtual Tech Conclave 2020. Having seen a great sense of commitment and encouragement from all the volunteers, dignitaries, and delegates throughout these 3 days, we are unexplainably indebted to each one of you. Ending is merely a new beginning, the beginning of new initiatives, a beginning of realizing and working over your mistakes, a beginning of something extraordinary. We will come up soon with much more interesting and accelerating sessions for you. Thank you for being with us and supporting us throughout the journey. Hope you all enjoy the sessions and gathered upshots from the sessions. Stay safe and stay tuned with us.
Signing off, Shivali, Nivetha, Nayana, Nitya, and Arsha with the whole team of IVTeC and IEEE IAIE PELS Joint Chapter Kerala. Goodbye and have a great day.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Viju. Hello, Viju.
Ma'am?
Sir.
Viju sir.
Viju. Sir, voya.